Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Garana Kolar. I'm a Senior Associate Director at the Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship at the University of Chicago, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to our 5th Annual Alumni New Venture Challenge Finals. I'm going to introduce my colleague Erica Mercer, who's our Executive Director at the Polsky Center and our fearless leader, and she's going to kick off this event. So Erica, over to you.
Thank you so much, Garana. Welcome, everyone. I'm Erica Mercer, Executive Program Director at the Polsky Center, and I'm delighted to be welcoming you to the 5th Annual Alumni New Venture Challenge Finals. We really appreciate everyone tuning in from time zones around the world. It's bright and early here in Chicago, but I know that's not necessarily true for all of you who are around the world. So thank you for joining us from around the globe as well as from here in the West. We're so excited today to be kicking off the finals of the 5th Annual Alumni New Venture Challenge. This is the track of the Edward L. Kaplan 71 New Venture Challenge that's dedicated to serving our entrepreneurial alumni of all degree programs and from all geographies. We have 8 teams today that will be pitching for $100,000 in investment. I want to start off with a huge congratulations to all 24 teams that participated in this year's ANVC, and of course to our 8 finalist teams that won their regional competitions and will be presenting here today. You've all put in a tremendous amount of hard work over the past few months, and you should be so proud of your effort. I don't envy the judges today who will have to pick winners from this incredibly impressive group of founders. Speaking of judges, a big thank you to all of the distinguished judges that are participating with us today, as well as all of the alumni, faculty, students, and sponsors that help make the ANVC possible. And a very special thank you to my fabulous colleague, Garana Kolar, who runs this program and is truly the backbone of the ANVC. The entrepreneurs that you'll hear from today span not only geographies, but also industries, from cryptocurrency and logistics to wedding planning and AI. Congratulations to all the teams on your hard work and the progress you've made. Good luck to everyone. With that, I'll hand it back to Garana.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Erica. We're thrilled to have you here. So before we begin and before we have the judges introduce themselves, I just want to give a huge thank you to our co-chairs who have really shepherded this program alongside myself and others at the Polsky Center. They're based all over the globe, and they started this journey with me back in January, where they helped to select the teams who were admitted into this program. They helped to coach and mentor the teams between February and today. They did lots of practice pitches with them, helped introduce them to their networks, and really are just beyond valuable to the Polsky Center team. And these are all volunteers. They have other full-time jobs, and they really want to pay it forward to their fellow entrepreneurs. So huge thank you to the co-chairs who you see listed here. Huge thank you to our sponsors. We could not run this program without our sponsors. So Edward L. Kaplan, Leon Wagner, the Market Strategy Group, Michael Small, and Susan Haypack. Thank you very much for enabling and supporting our alumni. I also want to thank our in-kind sponsors, 99 Designs, Airtable, AWS, CloudSponge, HubSpot, Mintel. We've got John Butcher here, so thank you. Transloaded, the Polsky Center Mentorship Program, and the Polsky Center Fab Lab. Thank you so much. I know the team's got a lot of value from your services. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the judges to introduce themselves. So just please make sure you unmute yourself, and then we'll go on through the list. So John?
Do you want to stop sharing your screen?
Hello, John Butcher. I'm with Mintel. We're a global consumer research agency, and I'm based here in Chicago, and very excited about today.
Thank you so much, John. Carlos?
Hello, everyone. Carlos here. I'm a senior associate at Hyde Park Venture Partners, which is an early stage venture fund here in Chicago, and also looking forward to the presentations.
Thank you so much, Carlos. We're glad you're here. Christopher?
Hi, I'm Chris Deutsch. I'm a first-check Chicago-focused angel investor and founder of Alumni New Ventures, which is the platform I use to support the 150 founders that we back.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christopher. Kevin, And Messiani.
Yes, I'm Kevin Messiani. I'm a senior associate here at Bunson's Capital. So, we're a life sciences early stage investing firm and excited to learn more.
Great, thank you so much, Kevin. Ellen Itzkovitz.
Hi, I'm Ellen Itzkovitz, and I'm working with CIF, which is a not-for-profit healthcare venture firm. Social impact, too.
Great, thank you, Ellen. David.
I'm David Lefevre. After graduating with a degree in economics, I went on to work in the banking sector of the Federal Reserve Board. From there, got my MBA and law degree at Chicago, starting first with the law firm Skadden Arps to focus on negotiated acquisitions and corporate finance. Moved on to several large banks, shifted to several large banks on the investment banking side to specialize in M&A, then for my own advisor group, specializing in sell-side international transactions.
Wonderful, thank you so much, David. Kevin Lelandger.
Good morning, everyone. I took the class in '91, I guess it says there. So I'm actually trained as a physicist. Worked at Fermilab, did energy physics, nuclear physics for a bunch of years. Got an MBA in Chicago because I didn't know what an income statement was. So I thought that might be a useful tool in my toolkit many years ago. So since then, I've started multiple companies. I've done 2 IPOs, retired like 3 times. My most recent company, we're just in the process with Morgan Stanley of selling that probably to another financial sponsor. So finding myself moved to chairman as of January 1st, finding myself with a little bit of free time finally to start to get back a little bit to the entrepreneurs. So looking forward to seeing all these presentations. Nice to be here.
Wonderful, thank you, Kevin, and thanks for sharing your time with us. Amelia.
Hi, I'm Amelia Morris, and I'm with Grandis Investment Partners. We are based in California, so a little bit earlier here, and I manage public equities, and I concentrate on the consumer side.
Great, thank you so much, Amelia. Christoph.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christoph Pompey. I'm a stage investor at Annual Alumni New Venture arm of Kaplan, a global investing producer. We essentially invest in industrial tech, circular economy, and tech, and I'm a strategic investor for the group. I'm very excited to meet you guys and more about the presentation.
Great, thanks so much, Christoph, and I think you're joining from Europe, right? So you're the furthest away.
Yes.
Thank you for doing this on a different time zone. All right, next we've got Ellen Rudnick.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ellen Rudnick. I'm former executive director of the Polsky Center, and these days I do everything related to ANVC and alumni for the Polsky Center. And I'm glad to be here. This is my 5th year of doing this.
Great, thank you so much, Ellen. And Ellen was one of the early founders, or she was the founder of NVC and the creator of the Alumni NVC. So thanks so much, Ellen. Michael Small.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Small. I'm currently a co-founder of a startup. I've been funded in part by some of these judges. Our startup is an enterprise SaaS company. We write software to manage networks, complex networks for enterprises. Prior to that, I was CEO of GoGo, the in-flight internet company, which we took public in 2013. Glad to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Michael. We're glad to have you. Mark.
Thanks, Corona. My name is Mark Tebb. I'm a professor over at Booth. I teach a class called Entrepreneurial Discovery and then also teach the main NBC. And I came to Booth via running 2 different tech startups and we ended up taking public and selling up to the IPO. I've been a judge here for all 5 years of the NBC.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mark. And I know you've got the NVC going on, so you're busy. Next, Kevin Willer.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. I'm a 2010 graduate of Booth. I'm partner in Chicago Ventures, an early stage venture firm focused on Chicago, 4 funds and about 100 investments. Some graduates of this program, I believe. Before that, I helped found 1871 incubator in Chicago, and then before that, lived in Google for a decade. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me again.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Kevin, and thanks for doing this again this year. Kwan.
Hello, everyone. Kwan here, Managing Director of Kaplan. Thank you so much for having me today, and look forward to the following great presentations.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Kwan. So, immense thank you to the judges. I know you've got so many commitments, and we are eternally grateful that you've carved out your whole day to be with us and to hear the 8 finalist teams present today. So, again, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the presentations. Before we begin with our first team, I just want to go over a few ground rules. So each team will have 10 minutes to pitch, and then those 10 minutes will be uninterrupted, and then following their pitch, there will be 15 minutes of Q&A from the judges. Judges, please be sure to use the raise hand feature in Zoom, and the team will call on you to ask your question. Once the team completes their pitch, judges, please fill out the score sheet for that team. We'll give you a few minutes to do that between presentations. You should have those score sheets in your email, and we'll also be sending it to you in the chat here. So I think that is everything. One last thing. At the conclusion of this event at 12:30 p.m. Central Time, the teams can hop out of the meeting. Judges, we will take a 30-minute break, and then we will come back to the Zoom meeting where we will deliberate and select the winners of today's event, and we will send an email announcement to all the finalists within the next 24 hours with the decisions following today's event. All right, well, thank you, everyone. I think we're ready to have our first team, Algri Finance, go up. I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, so I cut away from the live stream, so get them set up and then we'll cut back to it.
Edward, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, feel free to share your screen. Okay, give us 1 minute. I'm going to try to get us on schedule. We're running 1 minute early, so I'll let you know when we're ready.
It's actually perfect because give me 1 second. Just 1 second. Okay, you're good.
All right, Edward, you're up.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you again, Rana, and the Polsky Center, and everybody for being a part of this. It's been a fantastic experience, and I'm just very pleased to be a part of this and present Algri. We are a decentralized financial platform offering structured products and derivatives on the blockchain. A brief background on myself. I've been in global markets and banking investments for about 25 years or so. And I graduated Chicago in 2016, starting in Chicago and finishing in Asia, and I've since been in Hong Kong from that time. We have a great team, a great partnership here with Algri. We believe that DeFi is not just decentralized finance, but also democratization of finance, harnessing blockchain technology to bring financial products to everyone. Algori, the Agora itself, in terms of the name, was named for open-air marketplaces in ancient Greece, where people of all walks of life can trade and get goods around the world. With the power of smart contracts and algorithms, Algori offers people options to protect and grow their wealth, manage the risk,
in partnership with leading global institutions. A quick word on the team. I've been very blessed to have just a fantastic team. Comprising myself, my CTO has over 25 years of experience in the tech industry. He's our technical wizard. And just a fantastic cross-capable team of ops, developers, and a number of others. So about 9 people in our present team at the moment. But this is what makes the whole thing work. It's a really great combination of different resources and experiences. Partnership between my experience in markets and trading, investments, and in the tech and everything else that comes along with that. And just to also give a quick word, we have since finished the movement started 2 funds in gain accreditation in Hong Kong. I've also started a bank in the Bahamas acting as CEO. So I've had a strong entrepreneurial experience and process since finishing move, which has been a very big part of it as well. The challenge here is that the real base yield in digital assets and this interaction sustainability. Innovation and product switching is also the cost of being acting as CEO. So I've had a strong entrepreneurial. This is what experience and process and development right now. Put it here, trends that not like solutions and just development marketplace. And all of this is this development of this new asset class, and that also entails a strong degree of trust and confidence that needs to be developed. In terms of the marketplace itself, we have partnered with and been very fortunate to have a layer 1 blockchain called Albrand, who's been a large and primary investor, but also primary supporter in terms of the ecosystem. The present market size is about 140 million in their DeFi ecosystem, which we have a target of about 25% of the market capture. The overall marketplace itself, options are less than 2% of the total DeFi market, which is about 64 billion. And also, DOB, decentralized option vaults themselves are only about 20% market size or so that is present in DeFi options. TVL is the chart that's 25% since important attachment, by the way. Many of the cells under options are efforts to engage the community. We're changing that with the Albrand ecosystem and the great community that we're a part of. The Albrand itself is already number 8 in the ecosystem. We have about 1 million right now in TVL, and that's presently growing strongly. The solution itself is Albrand. We create decentralized option vaults that monetize the high volatility of underlying assets, inject this yield into DeFi through payment of option premiums. This is quite a robust solution. We're applying traditional finance through this new asset class. So there's a strong need for this type of solution, and we're again applying traditional financial metrics to achieve this end through smart contracts. And again, given the brevity of this presentation, there may be many questions or issues that I'm overlooking, but I want to go through this as quickly given the time. The product itself are smart contracts, which is basically programmable money. And again, we're applying traditional finance principles and practices with this new innovation. It's in a fully collateralized and frictionless way. First products are covered Polsky selling strategies which harvest the inherent high volatility of cryptocurrency. Quantitative trading principles and practices. This is being done, and we have further products reiterating. We already have 2 new ones we've rolled out, and we're basically creating strategies that address key fundamental risk management investment needs for the marketplace. The business opportunity itself is comprised of a couple of very important things. First, we have the addressable market. We have the support from the layer 1 blockchain initially, Albrand. We've also developed vaults that will encompass the greater marketplace as well. But initially, we have first mover advantage with the near captive marketplace. We have direct support from the foundation. They are actively, we're the only solution right now in this $140 million ecosystem. And importantly, they have also committed, and the PVCs that have invested with us have also done the same, which is that they're all very much invested in our success. So not only have they invested with us, but they've also committed to deploying assets into the business, which is very, very important from a business perspective. They have started to do that now, and they're in the process of scaling up as we go ahead. There's a very strong synergy. There's a lot of under it's a nomination meeting because having all support of the ecosystem of VC partners, having the right team, and we address the marketplace with that. The business itself, in terms of the revenue process, we have commitments from the PVCs and the foundation of about 10 to 15 million in terms of dollar value to the vaults. Our break-even is estimated at about $30 million. We feel that based on the organic growth and development, we can achieve a year-end goal of about $30 million in terms of AUM, and we reach about 10% of market share by the end of 2024. The revenues of quasi-asset management model will be charging 2 and 10% performance fee. And this is done on a weekly basis with the settlement to the vaults on profitable periods. So if we don't make money, the investor is not get charged. We have this. We've been very fortunate to raise a fair amount of money. We have about $500,000 left. Our burn rate's in the neighborhood of $80,000 a month. This is now starting to diminish a bit as we have the product going live and developing customers and partnerships and all of these things. We also have these customers. We have the investors you can see here. We also have a very nice panel of marketing liquidity providers who are key to the success of the product. And what we do is we hold a competitive auction process on a weekly basis that is in alignment with the product and the strategies. The roadmap in terms of our process is seen here. I'm just going to go through this. I'm happy to answer any questions afterward. This is where we currently stand right now in terms of product and development. The financials in terms of this, the initial valuation was set by the Alumni Foundation, who I said was our largest and first investor. We have, again, deployed and deploying money and resources to develop and build out the business. We feel very strongly that we're the right, we're the right team, the right business, the right strategies at the right time, and great support of the community that we've been a part of. What I'll do, again, in the interest of time, is I'll go very quickly through. There are a number of other things I can show you, but we won't get into given the time. But what I will do though is show you briefly the user experience. Bear with me just 1 second, please. This is our website, and it's fully functional now. We started this in quarter 4 of last year. We've been sequentially increasing our assets since then. And again, working with the PVCs and the foundation, we're deploying into the vaults and all the parts that make this whole thing work. This is the landing page. We have a couple of different. I'm happy to go into the sales and business development strategy with you as well. We have if we go into the product itself, these are the vaults, which are the smart contracts, and we have it based on both stablecoin and native cryptocurrencies as well. We have a target performance of between 10 and 20%, around 15% or so on average. And again, what we're doing is creating sustainable strategies based on well-known, well-established traditional investment processes in this new asset class to meet these needs and help people manage the risk of investment process investments. If we go, for example, this is one of the vaults, for example, which is Ethereum. It shows the performance. This has been going now for a number of weeks. Everything's on chain, fully visible, transparent. My aim is, again, coming from Chicago Booth as well, is to create strategy, process, and business that is efficacious, robust, and has a very rigorous analytical framework and process around it. We feel that over time, this kind of success will change value itself, and investors come in and have a need to manage the risk in this way. We have solutions, and we have solutions that over time work. And so this is the brief, and we have a whole host of things. I've been very, very fortunate to have, again, a constellation of capabilities with the team, and everything's been done in a very, very professional way. And I mean, we're real business. We raise real money, we have real customers, and we have a real marketplace to develop. And again, just being part of this process with Polsky and with everyone has just been a fantastic experience. And I'm just very pleased and grateful to be a part of that. So look forward to your questions. Thank you very much to everybody.
Great, thank you, Edward. A few of the judges have their hands raised. Are you able to see them?
I'm sorry. Do I? 1 second, please.
So I'll call on Chris Deutsch.
Hi. I was getting organized with my scoring sheet in the beginning here, so if possible I missed it. Could you clearly articulate what the problem is you're trying to solve?
Sure. So the problem itself is that there is a need for sustainable investment solutions in cryptocurrency and digital assets, being done through decentralized finance, which is a direct process of transacting that's fully collateralized through smart contracts. So the addressable need is creating investment solutions to help people that have either stablecoin or native crypto to manage their risk and to achieve yield, basically. So what we're doing is we're applying structured products through, in this case, very simple options at the moment. This is being iterated as we speak. But it's applying creating these solutions, again, based upon traditional finance asset markets, but through this new smart contract technology and in crypto.
And just a quick follow-up to that. I think
Sure.
you said Outbrand was $140 million in the total market. Is it dropped? That sounds relatively low for.
So this is the Outbrand ecosystem. They are about a $2 billion, maybe a bit less now in terms of their value of their blockchain. They're viewed. They are. We've been very, very lucky because the team sits in Singapore and I'm in Hong Kong, and we're actually BVI registered company. We are also being licensed in Bahamas as well. But overall the ecosystem itself is quite small. So it's 140 million. It was a bit higher, yes. The price of algo has dropped, but the foundation themselves have gone on a significant process now of developing out and supporting the ecosystem. So there are a number of partners that we're also partnering with and in support with the foundation. So the foundation, for example, has committed I don't want to give you the exact number, but it's over 10 million hours to our platform, for example. And this is, again, material. And as having two leading VCs in the space, who are also investors with us in the seed round, which are Guaranteed Capital and Royalist Capital as well. But they're actively building out the ecosystem. What makes it so exciting for myself is that we have this 140 million, and there's no structured products investment solution in this ecosystem. So we feel that even though this on a relative basis is not that large, we have first mover and direct support to build out our solution in the ecosystem with the foundation, with the PVCs that are part of it. The actual investment processes themselves, of course, are translatable and interoperable across chains that we have developed, finished the development, and will be deploying beyond the Outbrand chain as well. And we're also developing protected stablecoin strategies. And we also have two commercial partnerships basically to enable distribution of our product within these partners. One of which is a custodian called X Trust. We're very pleased to be working with them to offer our solutions, and there are two others as well. But the point is, in terms of business development, we have the direct support and collaboration with the foundation. The key ecosystem partners who also have significant amounts of crypto to deploy and are now deploying to our vaults, and then the wider process as well. So I'm not.
I'll call.
Very good at managing the enhanced. Would you?
I'll help you, Edward. So, Mark.
Oh, thank you very much, Verona. I saw the 2 and 10% unit economics on our revenue drive. I saw the $2 million ask, but I think I missed the financials.
Okay. In terms of what we're spending, how we're spending it.
I'm just what's the next few years look like for your business?
Yeah, sorry. So our goal right now is to raise 30, is not to raise, but to have 30 million on the platform by the end of the year. We view that as about a break-even mark. And we, from the present commitments we have, we're about halfway there. We do believe that with the network effects and everything, this is a very sustainable goal. We expect to have about 20% by the end of year 2. And if we have the, let me go back to the earlier slide on that. My goal is to achieve about 20% of the DeFi ecosystem, which is about $1 billion. So we have $200 million or so. That'll produce revenues in the $7 to $10 million range by the end of year 3.
Do you have this on the table?
I don't know if I have this on the table or not. That part I don't think I have on the table. I'm sorry about that.
And you're looking for $2 million, and how much are we going to burn in the next 2 years?
We're burning about $80,000 a month right now. That's going to be cut down to about $40,000 or $50,000. We have runway right now till almost the end of the year. If we meet our TBL goal by the end of the year, we'll be self-sustaining by the end of the year. The additional money, it depends upon how fast we ramp up between now and then. But we also may at some point embark on a second round of funding. But I think at the present goal projection, we can make it another 18 months.
Thank you.
Juan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you for the presentation, Edward. Two quick questions. Trying to remember my financial lessons. One is around the incentive structure at 210. What happens if you how the customer gain money, you get 10% of upside. What happens if that? That's my first question. Second question.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you repeat that part again? What happens?
Yeah. So you have 2% management, right, and 10% performance. That's on the upside. What happens? What happens if you trade loses money? So, like, do you have any callback? So, sorry. The second question is, do you take any position yourself, trading position yourself, to participate in the market, or purely just facilitate transactions?
Okay, so great questions. Thank you for those. So in the first, the answer is no. We don't assess fees if we don't make money. The current product is because the current volatility structure of the crypto options market is actually very short dated. So the most premium is basically upfront. So we're doing 7-day options right now. It's kind of an anachronism of the digital assets in the cryptocurrency market, but this is where the yields are. And in fact, from a risk-adjusted perspective, where it makes the most sense to sell options. So right now, the answer is we don't collect fees on unprofitable bonds. We're structuring such that we have a 95% probability of success. This is the way the statistics are coming out. So this is something where it's over the continuum of time that these strategies work. Now, we are also introducing new strategies, which include downside hedging, include stablecoins, protected for treasury managers, because what we're doing is there are different users that have different requirements, of course, right? Some who are more conservative, some who are less conservative. But what I'm basically doing is applying my knowledge, practice, and experience to a more conservative, traditional finance type of approach. And again, though, but that is differentiated through the risk management needs of various users. Now, the second question, can you repeat that again? I have to apologize.
Yeah. Do you take position in trading?
Oh, so yeah,
positions? Yeah.
Yeah, the answer to that is no. We operate as and again, by the way, one quick thing on the fee structure. So with some of the commercial partnerships we have developed, we have revenue sharing agreements and things of that nature as well. So again, we're highly adaptable in terms of that. For one of the new vaults we've created, which is a vault around governance with for example, borderless capital. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole given the lack of time, but the Outgoing Foundation provides supportive incentive. We created a vaulting strategy around that to capture that incentive and to overlay our strategy on that. With that strategy, for example, we have a different fee structure, which is a performance base and a platform fee as well. but essentially it works out to kind of a similar type of arrangement. In terms of us operating as a principal, we do not. We feel like the transparency and efficacy of the business and the platform is one that's everything is on chain, everything is visible, and that is where the value creation capture will come from. We have treasury that we will deploy to help part of the process at various times. By that means, there are intricacies associated with the technology around that I'm happy to get into, but we don't have time. But basically, in essence, the answer is no, because we want to be viewed as the honest broker, so to speak. Our value, we believe, is by presenting these strategies, these investment solutions, and risk management processes that address particular needs, but one where we're very transparent, very open about what we do and how we do it. Even with the auction process, for example, we have a panel right now of 6 market makers who are all leading market makers. We have a 7th who are in the process of signing up right now. But they all compete competitively on a weekly basis in blind auctions for the options. So this ensures a fair outcome and one that is robust and scalable. They have all committed to 10 million US per ball, which is per week, and that will scale up as we need to. But we have those kind of commitments in place as well.
Amelia?
Hi there, thanks for the presentation. Evan, I wondered if you could talk a bit, if it exists, about your backtesting exercise toward the sustainable yields and how you establish the 10 to 20% target, which it sounds like, obviously you want to
Sure. So I'll try to make this brief. So as an example, for example, what we're doing is we're looking at the option volatility structure, and we are looking essentially, again, I don't know how many people are familiar with options pricing and evaluation methodology. Basically, we're targeting between 5 to 10 dozen options, which more or less have 5 to 10% chance of being in the money on any given week. These are European options, they're only exercisable settlement. And then we're doing backtesting over, so for example, for Algorand, for these governance vaults I mentioned, we just finished and deployed 2 weeks ago. We did the backtesting for the full period from the inception of Algorand, looking at the movements of basically price movements and everything over all of the different periods, and then define the relative performance and the expected metrics based upon that as well. What we do on the auction process is we, half an hour prior to the weekly auctions, we poll the market makers, we ask for their indications. They've all been very excited and interested to be part of this because this is a developing marketplace. And so it's the old adage of liquidity begets liquidity. But because, for example, in Algorand, there is not a defined volatility surface yet. So their models, they're using very similar models. They're all in some way based upon the Black-Scholes model, but they're all a little bit different. Because of that, we then ask for their indications. I look at everything, assess where everything has been, and then we basically target about a 15% out of the money type of strike price on a weekly basis. Now, given that does change a bit because volatility, for example, has declined, that will increase the net APRs that we're gaining. But in essence, it's come out to somewhere between 15 and 17% and around 15% annualized return.
Okay, and what might cause a dislocation in the strategy?
Well, so the strategy itself, so we're dealing.
Edward, we are at time, so please provide a very brief answer.
Okay, sorry. So strategies are well-known strategies, so it would be more market dislocations on very extreme market movements. We've created risk-adjusted strategies for this new governance vault, for example. So this is made for people that have native crypto exposures who don't want to lose the potential upside. So we've introduced call spreads and put spreads, for example. So that caps their maximum risk at 5%.
Thank you.
That's one.
fixed files, coverage policy and documents prepared by insurance company, listing criteria for services that we cover, protection insurance, the all coverage policy being updated. This is for instance so again, large group funds, this is a coverage policy for this small fund, coverage policy that documents, large money that exactly what activities that the services that providers provide to their patients and match against some paragraphs or sentences given by minutes not easy. So in this case, my presentation needs to have at least 6 months of back pain in order to receive lumbar sponsored surgery. As you can see, the patient has suffered back pain for the past 8 months. This expedite the review process that happens for the payers also allows the provider to know before submitting the request if the request is going to be accepted and if it's rejected, what is this? So it cuts down on the back and forth communication between payers and providers. I have worked with companies that try to solve this problem using rule-based approaches and they fail to scale under the law enforcement payers, providers, and working companies. We think that the advancement of especially transformer generally model is the best time to solve this problem. Using LLM models fine-tune and manipulate large matching algorithm it's improved as we get feedbacks from our users. I did my PhD in health informatics at IB. That's where I met Sasan, who was PhD student at the time. Sasan has done this for HR, software technology, matching doctor physician against candidates. Dr. Kalantari is a spine surgeon. He's also a chief of division of spine surgery at Georgetown University. He's very interested in our solution. Introduced us to multiple surgeons. It's through the multiple surgeons. Michael is also proof that going to join us at our speaker future. He signed up 6 months part of his study. He's still a practicing spine surgeon. Also developing a guide for a company called Case Control, founded by a orthopedic surgeon trying to automate the surgical scheduling for the customers. It's an early stage startup. We're talking to a company called Charles Parkinson, talking to the product manager, having started out developing it. We are a 20-year-old company providing services to the pharma industry. We have an orchestrated platform that allows the services to provide the services to drive our clients interested in medical necessity for specialty drug. The reason we started with spine surgery is that prior auth is a way for payers to control the cost of it. So subspecialty like surgeons, oncologists, and radiologists have provide costlier services at the highest number of prior auth incidents and costs associated with that. So ambulatory surgery centers or ANVCs or healthcare facilities provide that same surgical care to patients, and they are mostly independent, as we are running offshore self-help compared to larger healthcare institutions, and half of outpatient surgeries are done in ANVCs, and that surgery rate is projected to grow 25% in the next year. Far off, number one burden conditions, we spend a lot of time navigating that. There are dedicated staff at some healthcare institutions to navigate that process. It's the shortage of staff nurses, that's a huge problem. That's number one, and then care, getting care at their staff. If you think about the revenue, assume $2,000 per revenue per case, revenue per case for surgeons, even prevent one cancellation of surgery, you can save $2,000 for surgeons. SCA Venture Partners reported that part of $4 billion by 2025. Even if you assume that 25% of this industry line, annual, it's still $1 billion market. You also have to think about follow-up for inpatient settings, product utilization is much larger than this market. The market is very fragmented. Companies are either providing services for medication, specialty drug, or services because different stakeholders that are involved, they cover all. Majority of companies providing solutions for electronic solution of follow-up, that have an end-to-end solution. We are not so medical necessity, but we are working with the services because we're pure play the scale of communications, specialty drugs, also thinking back 30 to 12 months subscription model, assuming that the next year we spent about $170,000 a month in sales, 1,255 users, one feature of 10%, subscription of $280 per month per that. There are other costs of AWS, using $1 million mostly for our product development, expanding our use cases, and few other features. Hope that 12 months that gives us to our next million $700 million.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. How much of what you're trying to do is going to be dependent on the providers, the clinics, the solo practitioners having, the electronic medical record information for you to be able to feed into this?
That's a good question. So our solution is a standalone. So there are two issues. Right? So there are those who have EHRs and are interested to have our solution integrated with them. That's why we go to other partners like case control that is integrated with the EHR. Those that are don't have to talk to Center for Advanced Workplace, they are completely manual. So because our solution is a standalone, that's perfect for them. We can say that both those that have EHR.
And just a follow-up. So are you going to have to? You're going to have to build the integration between them for each of the different systems.
So that's a great question. So there are exactly so many different EHRs and same out there. So the goal is to have a stand, so sort of a agnostic solution. So you can use some technology to have an agnostic solution. That depends a lot on regulations and how much we can get access to the data that we have. But there are EHRs that we are use them to build that. The ideal is that for us to have an SDK and that others use our API to integrate their solution. But I think the beginning we are going to build for every specific EHR, but in the future we hope that we can have an SDK and others use that solution. The other thing in the image side, I think our primary market, there's not much information about. Okay.
Hi, you addressed some of the unique specifics of ASCs. Could you speak to some of the other differences, i.e. their desire to use point solutions versus using an integrated system as hospitals, are gearing more towards? And also, could you also discuss the idea of you connecting in with other point solutions to offer a suite of services to some of your client base?
Yeah, so cloud conferences is one of the solutions that allows other point solutions to have one provider through one platform. Right? So very orchestrated platform is ideal for us. So there are companies who have real-time banking transactions between many point solutions. And we are a complement to all other point solutions. I haven't seen any sort of platform in the services side, so I think cloud companies are ideal for us. We are moving to what else we should have. On provider side for services, the integration is definitely a challenge. You have to think about how to integrate with LCAs and other solutions. So case for instance, it's integrated in EMR, so that's great for us because we have an API integrated with them, so that would be great sales training for us. But we have to think about how to integrate with others, and that's something that using either something like the HL7 with our solution on top of that standard, or we use another
But I do agree with you that the ASCs are, who to target because of their growth rate being much greater than other facilities.
And some local incentive banks with the groups, there are more than divisions got together, but it's moving, and we don't have an LC, we have a central building system, so for them, it's ideal to design solutions and what we do from those centers.
Thank you.
Is there an issue with revenue, generating recurring revenue in the following scenario? Once you've given them the template, which was new to them and useful for getting prior authorization on a quicker timetable, when that same treatment option repeats itself, don't they just get this copy what they did in the past, and do it again and again, if it works, such that they would no longer need you after sort of getting through their, so we say their, the usual treatment options they count.
So that's a great question. There are, so the public policy updates are very good. As they get updated, so you have to very properly update these things and put it in the version. Other reasons they reject this because they don't have access to those updated public policies. And also the notes update. So a lot of times you get notes from other more doctor referred to specialists. It's sent over revised letter weeks and they go to you. So you get different variations in the text. So that's also an issue that our solution solves that. I don't think that once we have it, so something will happen.
Yeah, sure. So essentially, the clinical note provided by the physician can change from one person to the other person, and the requirements of the document, depending on the patient condition, can vary based on the coverage policy. And hence, our system will enable the physician to make sure that the right documents and the needed documents are integrated as part of the package that will be sent to the insurance company.
Thank you.
Hi, great presentation. And any chance that a generalized large language model can do what your specialized one can at some point in time?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Essentially, this is a very good question, that whether the generalizable large language models are able to do what we are doing. Essentially, at some point, they are going to be doing that. However, the good thing about our LLM models is because we are going to be able to understand the way that the special physicians in a given network are able to craft their notes, and essentially the LLM model will be able to understand the sentence and the text structure of a given physician, and that will give us an edge in order to be able to correctly identify the sections that are associated with a given patient's condition. In other words, LLM models might be able to understand in general what is the given condition. However, as we move on to this path of gathering the data from the physicians, we will be able to more accurately train the models, and the models will be able to understand further the context of the physician that they are trying to indicate throughout their notes.
Yes, I see that you have 155 users that you're planning to target in the next 12 to 16 months. Is that just the ASCs, or is that 155 providers total? And how do you plan to actually break in to get baseline providers?
That's a great question. So right now, mostly ASCs and sponsors, but we have to add cardiologists and others. So every ASC on average has anything between 3 to 5 surgeons, so that's going to be 2 per provider per month situation on it right now. And so as we have other sales channels, case review, that also helps us to acquire more customers. We also look into how private savings payer definitely needs to change our business model to talk to payers using more transaction model. But that's something we don't need, other sales from immigration trials, talking to SBAs and others. But one is that sometimes there are larger organizations having multiple independent practices. We scale to places local region are successful. One practice surgery department is manufacturing.
You answered my question as well, my question I have.
Yeah, I'd like to just ask a question about your revenue model, which you said is going to be per user per month subscription. Have you thought about other possible models? Well, first of all, have you tested that with any customers as to their acceptance of that versus more of a transaction-based model, like paying for each authorization?
So that's a great question. So one of the things that we don't have that right now is the submission. So it's only right now finding the medical necessity. We can add that later on in our transaction submission to payers. So the transaction based, we thought about this. So usually mostly on the payer side, per page as our costs are paid per patient. So somebody starts per patient there, the amount we go through that. We thought about per page revenue model for payers. On the provider side, when we talk to them, we say that if we can submit as many pages we want to payers, so we can send how many pages they will charge us for that. So we can per, as we said, per transaction, per submission of part of authorization. So we can think about that. I think for now, because we're only working on medical necessity, we want to have that per month. It makes sense for them because it can save money and prevent cancellation of surgeries for them. But that's definitely something that as we talk to more facilities, maybe after this
Go back to unit economics. You're looking at like a 10% churn. How did you come up with that? Typical partner right now.
So
and hang on. And with that assumption of 10% churn, looking at 10 months lifetime value, wouldn't someone once they start to use this wouldn't you find it much stickier than that?
So that's an assumption we made. The average is around healthcare solution around 5%. There's not any other solution right now that we can use to it. There's a lot of switching costs for user experience. So that's a solution that not be accurate.
Once someone starts using this product and starts using it for their workflow, wouldn't they stay with you longer than 10 months?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So what do you anticipate it to be if it's not 10 months?
So it's longer than 10 months?
I mean, you're projecting 10 months in your lifetime value.
Yeah, so this is a something that we don't know exactly how long we can say it as we are going to have other, so right now we only that follow up the workflow is only cited one of them. So we plan to add more features as we develop our product, especially as we talk to peers, simplify many of those processes. So we definitely want to add more and add this.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Are you on the, just so I'm clear about this, are you saving the providers, like, is this a utility plan, or is this more that they can come back on staff and make the staff more efficient?
Yeah, if they can cut back on the staff, then it's a lot of these agencies that have one person just managing existing RI, front office, looking out services, monitoring the services, and a lot of the staff involved in these processes. That's one cutting down the number of the staff. The other thing is that cancellation of surgery suffering hopefully high up.
Thank you.
$1,100 tag. Have you tested in certain channels? I'm just curious, where do you get these estimates? In some other companies I've seen, certain ANC, annual surgery centers, the CAG is, 2 to 3 times higher in the market that in the examples I've seen.
So I have data tested that. So right now, majority of customers use to realize power sales channel. That definitely able to think about acquiring customers, get referrals, sponsoring conferences. So these are simple methods have to definitely
All right, thank you so much, Team Chista. We are at time. So, judges, please take a few minutes to submit your score sheet for Team Chista. And Archer Career, you are up next. If you want to get your slides set up, please. David, did you have a question? No? Okay. All right, thank you, Pam. I'll let you know when we're ready. We just need a few minutes. Cough. There's just one more minute, Pam and Jeremy. Thank you for waiting patiently.
I'm just adjusting things.
All right, Archer Career, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Garana, and it's so great to be here. I'm Pam Schilling, the CEO and co-founder of Archer Career, along with my colleague, Jeremy Morse, who's our Chief Product Officer. And we're just so honored. The University of Chicago community is a huge part of our business and our career development. And I think as we begin this conversation, one of the things I want to ask all of you is to think about your educational experience that launched your early career. And when we do this, we probably have a lot of fond memories. When we look at the market and environment today, there's a seismic shift going on with education. It no longer guarantees a great job coming out of college. And we know this because the data and the research tells us that 40% of recent graduates are underemployed. The research by Pew Research tells us that students are taking their degree and they are starting in jobs that are underpaying them. This is a large-scale problem, and one of the things that we are focused on is why this is happening on university campuses. We work with career services. That is the sole function responsible for job placement and high-quality salary outcomes. But over recent years, fewer and fewer students are engaging with career services. This problem has actually worsened since the pandemic, and less than 20% of students, according to NACE, will use their campus career services. And there are a variety of reasons. Many of you may have children, you may have nieces and nephews and family friends that talk about these issues. It is not a business model that has changed, and the way that career services is delivered is not engaging the digital natives of today. And also the employment market is changing so quickly that it's very difficult to keep up with what expertise is needed to guide young professionals. At Archer Career, our focus is to transform the way that career services engages with students using a digital platform. And I want to have Jeremy talk to you about our product.
Thanks, Pam. Our software solution gives career offices an entirely new way to tackle these challenges. We're able to meet students where they're at. Let's take our current client, the University of Rochester, as an example. The career office runs a job shadowing program on our platform. Grad students in the medical sciences are looking for jobs outside of academia. They might have 15 minutes in the lab while their experiments run, and they log into their app, and this is what they see on their home screen. At the top, their progress. This user's in week 5, 40% complete, on track with a little work to do. They can check the reminders in the bell in the upper right-hand corner, but this is where it gets really exciting. Down in Up Next, they tap View Details, and this brings up the next item to be completed. Here is the core of our educational content, and this is what makes Archer different. It's this combination of our content and the user experience. What you're seeing is the 4th generation of this combination. First, we launched the app with a basic UX and limited content. Then we refined and updated our content modules. Then we rebuilt the app based on user feedback and customer requests. And now we're rolling out automations based on user behavior. Our secret sauce is that our content and our UX is continually informed by our own expertise and research, and an obsession with user feedback and customer need. When a user going through this program completes an item, they tap Mark as complete. This act of checking off an item is a very important behavioral component. We know from our own research and from behavioral science that this act is habit forming. This leads to another transformative aspect of our solution. For our customer, the career office, they're getting detailed engagement metrics that they've never had before. They know exactly who is doing what and where they are in the program, and we can auto nudge individuals who are behind or not engaged. Also, we measure leading indicators of employment outcomes like career confidence. This gives our customers new tools to improve outcomes, and employers are already noticing, like in this program at Hope College. This in turn improves campus-wide metrics for admissions and rankings. This is not just an idea. We already have 16 customers, universities with very high standards, like at Babson College, here at our home alma mater, Chicago booth, and the University of Chicago, Harvard Med, and Illinois Tech as an example. With 200K in ARR, we are very well positioned and the market is already noticing. We've just received an EdTech award that will be announced in June. Thanks, and back to you, Pam.
Thanks, Jeremy. So there is a reason why career offices are very excited about our product. It is unlike anything that they are seeing. Career services is very tech familiar. There are a lot of technology tools, but there's a couple of highlights. So one, micro-learning has not made its way into higher education. Jeremy and I both know this. We are educators and we have worked with career services. And on top of it, many of the tools do not consider the user experience, especially this kind of bite-sized TikTok type learning that our students are so drawn to today. I think this is also an important part of what we bring to this challenge. Jeremy and I, as well as the rest of our team, we have a unique perspective. We've worked inside universities. If any of you understand education technology and how higher education institutions work, they are complex organizations, very slow, very hard to contract with. We have been doing this for over a decade, both working in career offices and as a services company prior to beginning Archer Career. And we have a passion for this. This product is what we wanted to have early in our career. And then as coaches, what we wanted to have. And we're seeing that already with the relationships that we built that Jeremy just spoke to. This then leads us to an understanding of the market and why this is such an exciting time to be thinking about higher education. So first of all, the spend for ed tech is growing in higher ed. For US spending alone, it's around $7 billion as a market. That is alone a $2.2 billion market in career services. Then on top of it, we are focused on the early career population. Now, our initial entry has been with undergraduate and graduate schools and MBA programs, but our platform has the ability to span wider in early career, including high school, community colleges, and then early career working professionals. Then, as we've thought about acquiring customers, we've done this very intentionally. So we are focused on our personal networks at this stage, building our thought leadership. We then are going into the market where we're expanding. We're focusing on a specific set of schools. In fact, we are a 3-year sponsor of a graduate career consortium conference, and we are beginning to do pilots in high school. But where the opportunity gets incredibly exciting is when we look at that next frontier. There are large-scale opportunities with high school, including global high schools, community colleges, professional associations, and then we even can think about non-college early career talent as we look forward. That translates into the business model that we have intentionally built. It's an easy entry with license fees on a recurring basis to get our foot in the door with budget-friendly programs, and then to scale by adding students, adding programs, and even the potential to white label certain programs with our university and high school partners. This then gives us a financial opportunity that as we look ahead with aggressive customer acquisition, we can scale over the next 5 years to being somewhere north of a $35 million business, and with a break even that is fairly sizable in the near term because we have some very efficient ways that we've deployed our software and built our content. That also translates into some exciting unit economics. So for the next 18 months, we anticipate investing $1.3 million. This is largely for customer acquisition and building out our content library, which will make that customer acquisition ever more efficient. We believe that this is the time to be investing in early career talent. Education needs it, the economy needs it, and our society needs it. If we lose the promise of education, that is something that doesn't help any of us. And we would love to be able to address some of your questions. All right. Kevin Willer, please.
Hi, Pam. Great job. Great presentation. Really well done, and really like the problem you're solving here. Talk to me about the sales process. Sounds like you've had some good initial traction, but higher ed is always challenging to sell into. It takes forever. Where do budgets come from? Who's the exact buyer? So talk to me about the sales cycle and kind of how you're approaching that, and what you've learned so far.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, we're very fortunate because we have many colleagues that are leaders of career services. And so typically we will reach out to those individuals, have conversations, talk to them about their challenges. It's very consultative. And then work in a student population where they are experiencing high levels of pain. Could be international students, could be MBA students that are trying to do a search that's not so typical. Could be underrepresented minorities. And we get in the door with a pilot because we can come in very economically. Then what has happened is that allows us to expand either into another department, into another school, or into another career program. And we've done that a couple of times. In fact, at Chicago Booth in the University of Chicago, we're doing it now at the University of Rochester. And if you know that about higher ed, this is also a space where when somebody's looking for a technology solution, they will call their colleagues. And so now we have customers starting to refer us to their colleagues in career offices at other universities. So it can be a long cycle, and it can take a little bit of time, but we know those cycles. And we continue to do some high touch business development. The final thing I'll say is that we attend a couple of very large career services conferences, and those are very intimate settings. And we talk a lot about the thought leadership and how we work and how we partner. And then people are very motivated to try the product.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kevin Leninger, please.
Hi, I agree with Kevin. I think that was a really good presentation. You clearly know the space. It seems to me that one of the tricks here, I've got 3 kids about content and making sure you retain those kids coming in to use the experience. Thanks.
You're welcome. That's a great question. So a couple things. One, we build content and iterate on it. So because these career programs run in 6 to 12 week cycles, we get feedback on it from the students pretty quickly. And on the back end, on the analytics side, we can measure what students are looking at and what they don't, and then we ask them. The second thing is we partner with the career offices. So some of their existing content, we will digitize it. We will take it and put it into the micro-learning environment. And that gives us a chance to build very efficiently. So there's a lot of work. Jeremy mentioned that. We're now with some of our career programs. This is the 3rd year we've run a consulting focused program at Chicago Booth. Every time we make it better. And then we are also deploying tools to make it more efficient. So we're looking at some of the video tools, looking at things, frankly, that AI is bringing about. And the most important thing is that we ask students. We always launch a program with student feedback. And if they don't like it, then, we've got to go back to the drawing board. So it's really important that, we have our fingers in the marketplace. Chris, I see your hand.
Yes, really great presentation, Pam.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get a little bit clearer on your stage and your raise. I'm just on your LinkedIn and it says you've been doing this for 14 years. So I might have missed this part, but I assume this was like a consulting thing that you then turned into a software platform. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So
okay.
2.5 years ago, we launched the technology, and the real thing that was exciting is we had services clients that immediately adopted the technology as, kind of beta trial. And then we've been able to continue to iterate with those and then expand in the marketplace. And then probably another question you may be asking, in this same time, we have been declining the services side of our business. We still have a little bit of it that we do because it's how we get student feedback, but it is definitely not the main part of our business anymore.
Okay, so that actually wasn't, so I appreciate that part, but the follow-up around, there's kind of like two quick follow-up parts. Mm-hmm. The first is, I assume that's been helping you bootstrap then. You've been using the service revenue to give you booster rockets so that you can, so is this the first round that you're actually raising of outside capital? You've been bootstrapping the whole time?
We did an angel round of about $160K with 6 angels.
Okay.
But this would be the first outside raise. So yeah, we have bootstrapped to this point.
Okay, and how much did you say you're raising right now for this?
So for the next 18 months, 1.3 million. And we're going to deploy that. Largely our focus is building content and tools to help us be more efficient. And then business development talent. We need to be more aggressive in the marketplace.
Okay, and this is the last part of this, and then I'll pass. How long? What are the milestones that you're trying to hit in order to raise your next round? And how much time is it going to take you to get to those milestones?
Yes. So one of the things is customer acquisition. So by the end of this year, we're working to get to 30 customers, and then we want to have about 10 career programs that are almost serving as templates that we can build off of, that we can either sell them turnkey or custom develop them with our clients. And then we have some technology milestones that we're trying to build by the end of the year around auto nudging so that we can have more efficient engagement, some of the dashboards. And then as we look forward, we're continuing to try to build out the pipeline because the sales cycles are such that, we know what the buying cycles are in higher ed. So we're trying to hit a couple of key things that will allow us to really have momentum also going into next year. Does that?
Yeah, so just to clarify, your milestones for to get to your next raise, you're saying you want to add 30 more clients and do some more technology by the end of the year. So basically you're saying over the next 8 months is when you'll hit your milestones. Okay, that was an important question because you want to give yourself about 9 to 6 months of runway to have your next raise. So I wanted to make sure you weren't trying to do that in 18 months. Okay, great. Thank you. That was awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mark Tebby, please.
Thank you very much. You can leave the financials up right there. I'm trying to understand how you're making such a strong jump into high school. It comes on so strong, such a peter off over time as the higher ed starts growing. I'm not sure, A, how you're going to jump that quick into high school, and B, why do you believe that by the time you get to 2027, higher ed is going to dwarf it when all along the way it's so much stronger?
So there's a couple of things that we think, Mark. So one, there are a couple of very large virtual high schools that we have been having initial conversations with, people like Pearson Online. Those contract values are dwarfing anything we would do initially in higher ed. They are, we have $25,000 average contract value in higher ed now. Those contracts could be upward of $200,000 because they're so large. So it's sort of an odd dynamic. I agree with you, but we're making some commitments there. And over time, the higher ed market, there is more expansion because there are alumni organizations that we can start to move into that also have extremely large student populations or alumni populations that are, it's completely untapped right now. So we think about that, and in the model, we're trying to have an aggressive 3x growth. and some of it comes from outside of what I would call like the traditional campus revenue. Does that help?
Sure. I'm just trying to understand, because when you were talking about your go-to-market, you really didn't touch high school very much.
Yeah, and it's the place that we're making a bet right now. We have an initial pilot that we'll start doing this summer. And then if that goes well, then there is a huge opportunity to ramp it pretty quickly.
Thank you.
And Ellen.
Could you what Ellen?
I'm sorry, there are two Ellens. Ellen Rudnick, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And my question is really, Kevin actually asked my question, but this is a follow-up to Kevin's question on the content. And then you also mentioned with Chris, some customization with organizations. And so my questions are related to, if you're going to be customizing programming, how does that affect your economics? If you're taking content that the university wants their students to have access to, and the cost of onboarding between turnkey versus customization, how that's factored into this. And then also do any of these universities want to kind of co-brand this, or do you co-brand with these programs?
Yes. So one of the things we are trying to evaluate is how do we efficiently customize? And one of the things that we've been piloting with some of our schools is we take existing content and we adapt it slightly. So it's sort of an 80-20. We try not to over customize. And I think the other part of it is two parts of your question, Ellen. So the way we might customize is adding a logo. So if we have a standard video, we can change the color palette, change the logo, and it's custom for that school. And then one of the cool things is, because it's micro learning, like we may have a welcome video in a program. We may ask 3 students to send us a video they've done on their phone. They're each 15 seconds. We drop it into the video production, and the welcome message is custom. So there's some really, I think, exciting things that will help us drive down the unit economics. I think long run, what Jeremy and I hope is we can build a content management sort of administrative side that allows the career offices themselves to build the content the way that it should be. And that's where some of the real, I think, exciting economics get. All right. David Lefevre, please.
Well, congratulations. You seem to have first mover advantage, but is that advantage sustainable? There are a number of established ed tech companies that may learn from you and replicate some, version of your product. In other words, how strong are the barriers to entry to potential competitors?
Of course, this is the big question on our mind. I think it's a couple things that we see. So one, a lot of the large ed tech providers have invested enormously in their platforms, and to try to make shift can be quite tricky. The mobile environment is not easy. Micro-learning is not easy. And higher ed is somewhat risk averse when it comes to new technologies. Certainly, we see that, we look at it. Many of the existing ed techs in career, we actually collaborate with them in some ways because we drive users to those platforms. So I think long run, what we're trying to see is how we can continue to adapt. And mobile may not be the only technology platform. I mean, we could use virtual reality. There are things emerging with AI. So I think it's something we have to keep our pulse on. What benefits us is that the customers we have tell us about the emerging technologies that they're seeing. And there's some ways that we're trying to keep that market intelligence. And then, I think longer run, in terms of an exit strategy, there are some ed tech providers that may see us as a buy option rather than building it themselves. And some of these early collaborations may help us in that respect.
Thank you. Nothing wrong with exit strategies.
Yeah, exactly. Michael Small, please.
Hi. Yeah, it was a great presentation, and it sounds like you know the market really well. It seems like and this is just a feel on my part, that there will come a point where aggressive technology investment in the technology platform is going to come if you're going to sustain leadership. Do you think so? And do you know where you get those resources? Do you feel you have that capability?
Well, I think it would be unfair to say, yes, we have the resources. We, of course, I mean, that's part of the investment and part of the development that we need to do, Michael. We know how to do it. I mean, we have been iterating on this product for a while. We have a great advisory board, and we have some deep technologists that we can access. And there are things that are emerging that we are prototyping on the back end. We're prototyping a chatbot. We're trying to think of, how do we create personalization? And then where is technology going in general? So it's something that we have our mind's eye to. We haven't overinvested in the tech to this point because it hasn't proved out as something that our buyers are interested in. But we have a roadmap and we have some things that we can test, especially with our early customers. So that becomes a really important part of, how we handle things on the tech and the product side.
Yeah, I would assume that the universities aren't looking for a lot of tech, but I would assume the students are.
You would be surprised. I mean, the students, I think the final thing I'll say, because I know we're at time, we're really proud because this product has been curated at the University of Chicago. The students have designed it for us over the past 3 years, and that's what we'll continue to do. And we hope that it's an exciting opportunity. And, again, thank you all for listening today, and good luck to all of the teams.
Great presentation.
Thank you so much, Pam and Jeremy. Great work. So we're going to take our first break. We will have a 10-minute break. Judges, please make sure to fill in the score sheet for Archer Career, and we will all meet back here at 9:56 Central Time. Thank you. Zoom with Team Efficiency. Sarah, you're up.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Karen. I'm the founder and CEO of Efficiency, a software tool to help healthcare supply chain teams. I've spent the last 9 years working in supply chain across the healthcare and tech industries. I've worked at the University of Chicago Medical Center, at Apple, and at Kindbody, a women's health and fertility startup. In supply chain, we know that disruptions happen, but not all disruptions make the headlines. In healthcare, there are significantly more supply disruptions than any other industry, and these disruptions are more critical as the products pertain to patient care. Managing these disruptions within a health system is an extremely manual process and requires cross-collaboration across multiple teams within supply chain, as well as with the clinical and lab teams. The data for decision-making is decentralized and fragmented across multiple systems. And clinical teams. And when nearly half of hospital inventory items are constrained in some way, it's no wonder why it's the leading cause of burnout for supply chain professionals. This is why I sought out to build Efficiency. Efficiency is a one-stop, easy-to-use dashboard to manage all of your supply disruptions in one place. It allows you to status disruptions and track user workflows and different tasks across the team, and allows you to gain insights across your disruptions across your supply chain. Here's how it works. As a hospital inventory manager, you can log into your dashboard and see your KPIs at the top. You can see how many disruptions your team or yourself are managing over time, and you can see on average how long it takes to manage those supply disruptions. And then below, you're able to see all of the details associated with those disruptions. How many unfilled orders are there? Where are these products stocked? And what's the status? Have you ordered a substitute? Do you need to find a substitute? And allow you to push to the different people's workflow queues that are required to solve those problems. Nearly 3/4 of healthcare supply chain leaders are focused on operational efficiency coming into 2023, which makes this an excellent time to launch our platform to the marketplace. Taking a look at the market as a whole, the healthcare industry as a whole spends about $14.8 billion on SaaS products alone. That includes EMRs, ERPs, as well as telehealth platforms. Our product is really focused at the $1.1 billion supply chain SaaS spend within healthcare. That's where our product will compete. And taking a look more deeply at the target market and the market segmentation across healthcare, we're focused on academic medical centers firstly as our target market. Academic medical centers are hospitals or health systems that are associated with a medical school or a teaching or research-based institution. Inherently, they stock more products and are more focused on supply chain innovation. Also, these academic medical centers supply chain leaders are well-connected colleagues and are thought leaders together as they develop and determine which products to use and which softwares to use going forward. Taking a look at the competitive landscape, Efficiency is really focused on positioning itself as a tactical workflow tool that integrates data across multiple sources. This helps to manage the supply disruptions. There are other tactical tools within the healthcare space, such as inventory management solutions or procurement solutions, but those are really focused on that specific part of the supply chain. There's not a tactical tool that's focused on this disruption management when something goes wrong within the supply chain. And there are other tools like solutions from group purchasing organizations and BI solutions that gather data across multiple sources, but those are more focused on insights-driven and analytics versus actual workflow management. And then obviously there's the status quo of Excel, emails, and meeting agendas that obviously is not working and is extremely manual. Just a quick flash of the logos of those companies and the major players in the space here. Taking a look at our current progress, we launched the company earlier this year and we really focused a lot on customer discovery. We interviewed over 25 healthcare supply chain professionals across 11 different health institutions. And with that, established 2 hospital partnerships that we are going live in Q3 for hospital partnership pilot programs. From Q1 and Q2, we've really been focused on the MVP builds with our launch for Q3 with those pilot programs. And also in Q3, planning to initiate fundraising conversations to close our pre-seed round in Q4 and use that funding for product development and additional feature development coming out of those pilot programs. Taking a look at our team, I'm currently a sole founder right now with advisors across product, finance, and supply chain. I've been working with a third-party development company to help build out the software for the MVP program, but actively looking to find a technical co-founder to join the team as a CTO or founding engineer to help lead the engineering efforts and also bring it in-house eventually. And then also looking for product manager and marketing lead roles in the future as we focus on growth and scalability. So as we know, disruptions happen, but what really matters is how the supply chain team handles it. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions. Okay, I think. Ellen?
Could you speak to your marketing efforts, how you plan on setting up your sales team and your marketing team, and what you feel that process will be to bring hospitals on?
Yes. Sorry, just a quick video thing. Yes. So I've worked in this space for a long time. So I'm within my own personal network, we have a pretty extensive start to build our runway for 2024 sales strategy. But with that, we'll plan to bring on someone who's very well versed in selling into health systems as well as supply chain teams. The good thing is, having the experience, I know, the process is long and does take a while. So we're planning for that. But we'll eventually bring on someone in 2024 once our fundraising is raised.
Thank you.
Ellen Rudnick.
Thanks, Sarah. A very, real problem area. I understand the problem in supply chain and healthcare, especially during the pandemic. Can you talk a little bit about the GPOs? Because I know the GPOs, a lot of these academic medical centers belong to GPOs and have strong relationships there. And you mentioned that they offer some products that are more kind of data analytics, but I mean, from go-to-market strategy, are there opportunities to actually work through that channel?
Yeah, so GPOs, their core competency is contracting on behalf of health systems and on behalf of their member base. So they're really focused on working with suppliers and establishing contracts within that space. In the more recent years, and they've been around since like the 80s or 90s, but in the more recent years, they've been getting involved in offering members tools for like spend analytics or value analysis tools. So they are, expanding their value to their members in that space, but have not built anything similar to this type of tool. So that is definitely like helpful in that space, but they do have a lot of the data. So there is an opportunity for partnership going forward. And also when you're, a vendor within a part of the GPO, it helps expand out your network as well. So initially, they are potentially could be a partnership opportunity for the data perspective, but then eventually, could be an eventual exit opportunity.
Right. So you mentioned you have these pilot sites. I mean, are these the pilot sites you're doing? Are they with academic medical centers now?
Yes. Kevin?
Hi. Good presentation. I know a little bit about supply chain. My company manages supply chains for big pharma, mostly, although from the pharma side into the channel, not the other way around. And it is a huge problem, no question about it. Curious though, one of my experiences in dealing with organizations is the desktop is rarefied air. meaning trying to get access to the desktop of anybody inside these organizations is very difficult to do for all kinds of reasons, from compliance to, user behavior to training to IT to et cetera, right? So I'm curious, talk to me a little bit about, because obviously supply chain in general and the healthcare supply chain is a massive space. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of vendors, public and private. There's a lot of ecosystem participants, whether it's McKesson or anybody else trying to service that market better. So I'm curious, how do you think you're going to get onto the desktop? Are you going to have to integrate with the some current providers? Or, because my experience is trying to get people to use two different systems on a desktop doesn't work very well. So curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, just one point. So it is a web-based tool, so not actually like installation to a desktop, but I agree with the same points there. Keeping it as a standalone tool actually was something I heard directly from the consumers themselves. They said, we need something to help us manage this, and it doesn't even have to integrate with our ERP or any other tools. If this is our standalone tool, it's okay with us. The second piece is this is data that's non-PHI, proprietary, and hospitals are really willing to share it. So that helps bypass a lot of the IT, bureaucratic red tape information. So having that is kind of like a good competitive advantage to be able to just have hospitals send us the data directly through an FTP or an API, and it's not, accessing their systems that could potentially put at risk for their IT.
Thank you.
Does that answer that? Okay. Mark?
Let's go back to a little bit to your go-to-market. I mean, you clearly understand supply chain. You've got the great experience on it. But this MVP build, and how are you actually getting it into the hands of hospitals to use it? And what indications do you have that it's really going to stick with them?
Yep. So we've already received some static data files from the hospitals themselves from those pilot programs, and we are building out the MVP based off of that. So we'll be able to get them something very quickly of just, here's your static data of maybe not your real-time disruptions, but this is how it would look, and this is how you would click around with it. That'll drive a lot of our user interface, UX, feedback. And then from there, we're using the pilot programs to learn how to integrate it with, the data that I mentioned before, how to set up those FTP, what does that look like, so that we can really understand what an implementation is from the health system perspective. I know, some of it from my experience, but obviously it's a little bit different, being on the other side.
All right, thank you very much.
David?
I guess the generic version of this question is your dashboard one size fits all? It strikes me supply disruptions are so prevalent, can occur by product in different departments to varying degrees, different personnel. So what degree of customization does your dashboard provide, if any? And if it does require customization, that's going to add a degree of labor intensity for you and maybe cost for your customer.
Yep. So good question. Great points. The dashboard view will be pretty standard across different customers. The data obviously will be unique. So that's going to be part of that implementation part. And our revenue model is, an implementation fee plus a monthly SaaS structure. So our implementation will cover the cost of those data integrations. So setting up the FTPs or the APIs through the health system to the platform. But the actual view of the platform won't change too much. The one other piece, that is for a future state is the ability to consolidate all of this data across multiple health systems. So, being able to look across multiple health systems, understanding the trends within the supply chain of here are disruptions within the Northeast area versus the Southwest area, and using that for future insights for members to be a part of for some analytics or insights in the future. That's kind of the later goal.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Yeah, and maybe you addressed this, or maybe this was an earlier question, but my question's related to, they have all these manufacturers that are selling into these hospitals, and many of them have inventory management programs or online ordering and these sorts of things, or just-in-time inventory programs. And I'm just wondering, how will this integrate? I mean, do you have to do any integration with these programs that the vendors are, providing to them, and how that works?
Yeah, no, great point. Because that's a big part of the supply chain as well. I think, firstly, we're targeting the hospitals and the providers to be able to demand that from the suppliers. So the goal is to integrate with the suppliers so that the suppliers can actually feed their data through. And if there is a rejected order or supply disruption, they can actually suggest their substitute or their additional product that they want you to substitute with. But to get there, to be able to talk to Medtronic, Stryker, those big guys, we need a little bit more of that hospital basis to be able to demand from it. And actually, back to your point, that is also a potential area where the GPOs could help with that leverage. But eventually, yes, we would love to partner with the suppliers to be able to feed their data and use it as that workflow platform as well.
And then within the hospital system, if this is a hospital system that has multiple hospitals, will this system allow them, if they are lacking product in one particular facility, to understand, where the product is in another facility, so that they can, access that?
Eventually, so yes, if their inventory management system allows for that. We're not trying to be an inventory management system. So if they have real-time inventory that shows them in this location, they have this amount of stock, or even if it's, Kanban par level where it's not real-time, but it's, close to real-time, we could pull that data in. It would be just another data feed. And within the details, you'd be able to see you have 10 cases stocked in, downtown location or in XYZ supply room. Any other questions? Yep, Ellen.
Could you go into detail about your pilot programs, who they're with, what you've done specifically with each of the pilot programs, and who you've gotten feedback from and what you've learned specifically from that feedback?
Yeah, I'm happy to discuss the names of the pilot programs outside of this, but happy to share the details. So I've met with, the VPs of supply chain within those organizations. They've shared data with me of their initial disruption data. So the static data that I mentioned before, we're using that to build out the tools and the workflow management tools currently, and using this interim time to meet with the teams and understand, does this look good there? Does this make sense? Does this prototype look good before we start building? And then once we start building the tool, which is the Q3 deadline that we're targeting, that will be once we target an integration of the data. So they will actually, set up an FTP, load the data on their side, and integrate it within our platform. And that will be like a live pilot program with real-time data using the tool.
I understand you don't want to disclose the names of the people. Could you give us some background on who they are, like a 2,000 bed hospital, a 50 bed hospital, just what specifically defines them? I want to get a sense of the type of people you're getting feedback on their disruptions from.
Yep. They're both academic medical centers and both about 300 bed hospitals with supply chain teams, about like 15 to 45 people within the departments.
Okay, thank you.
Can you talk? Oh, nice.
Yeah, Ellen.
Sorry about that. Can you talk a little bit about your revenue model? You said it's going to be a SaaS platform, but I was just wondering, what kind of feedback have you gotten from your customer discovery in terms of subscription?
So from a revenue perspective, we're focused on like an implementation fee that will be under 10K and a subscription revenue that will be about under 2,500 per month. And this price point has been tested across the different health systems I've been talking to, just to understand, with those other like insights tools that the GPOs are offering or other procurement tools, what kind of those price points are. And this is just below that threshold because we're planning to target within a mid-year budget cycle. So, most health systems are on like a July to June fiscal year. So we're, at that point where the 6-month threshold for the sales cycle will be about mid-cycle. So we're planning to use, discretionary budgets and funding within that space. So that's kind of where we're right under that price point. Okay, any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's been an excellent, an amazing opportunity to be part of.
Sure. I'm Eric, co-founder and CEO of Lexis. At Lexis, we are building AI meeting system for revenue teams. Before Lexis, I was a venture investor. I had 8 meetings per day. And before the meeting, I had to spend a lot of time doing research about companies, founders. During the meeting, it's really hard for me to focus on conversation and write notes at the same time. After the meeting, I have to spend a lot more time on writing meeting memos, due diligence report, follow-up emails. It's not just VC. In the US alone, there's 15 million professionals involved in revenue-related functions, including sales, BD, customer success, consultant. They have to spend 3 hours per day in customer meetings, and they have to spend another 1.5 hours a day on pre-meeting customer research and post-meeting follow-up. The serviceable available market in the US alone is 9 billion, and the global market to boost sales and lower costs is actually 2 trillion. It's a huge market, and that's why we built Lexis. So far, we have launched 5 products, including web app, which is a centralized platform for all your conversations, a Zoom app, Cisco WebEx app, Google Meet extension, and mobile app for in-person meetings. We have been featured 3 times on Product Hunt as Product Day. And across our products, you can have pre-meeting agenda, AI, customer research, and outreach. During meeting, real-time transcription and insights. After meeting, you can use Lexus AI Writer to generate customer requirement follow-up email in seconds. You can also talk to Lexus and ask questions and get a real-time answer based on past conversation. You can certainly search, edit, and share with your teammates. So I have a product demo here. So let me make sure that slow down a little bit the speed so you can see all the text. Okay, so behind our products, we have built our own conversation AI platform based on pre-trained large language model, prepared data, in-house tooling. We have built our fine-tuned large language model to support action extraction, sentiment analysis, semantic search, and chatbot. We are official partner with Google, Zoom, and Cisco. Last year, we did a co-marketing campaign with Cisco. Lexus logo and Cisco logo are together on Highway 101, the busiest highway in Silicon Valley. I was also invited as guest speaker at Cisco Live, the global annual event, to talk about Lexus and our partnership with Cisco. We use SaaS model. We offer free, premium business plans, and we can also do customization for enterprise customers. We use product lead growth similar to Slack. We have 6 major user acquisition channels, including partnership with online platform. We are featured in Zoom, Cisco, and Apple stores. We are also featured in SaaS marketplace. Through SEO optimization, we are ranked on the first page of Google for a keyword like Google Meet transcript. We also got a lot of referrals from our happy customers. And we are also using usage-based relationship marketing. We are automatically sending this meeting summary and recap by email after each meeting to all participants. And we also have a feeder program. And through this feeder program, we build a partnership with influencers. We compete with 2 kinds of companies. The first kind of company is sales intelligence company like Strong and Chorus, which focus on revenue team for enterprise. And second category company we compete with are general note takers and Alter and Gong. We see there's underserved market for revenue team in SMB, and that's our focus. And in addition to that, Lexus is also the leader and the pioneer in using generative AI in conversation space. We are the first one bringing AI writer and chatbot into conversation space. After we launch, we have received a lot of great feedbacks. Sales, marketing managers, consultants, they all love Lexus because Lexus saves them at least 4 hours per week and makes their meeting very efficient. With close to 0 marketing budget, we have over 25,000 subscribers from over 3,000 organizations. And each month, we are processing more than 150,000 meetings. And we have been doubling each quarter. When we first launched, we didn't focus on revenue. We offered almost everything for free. At the end of last year, we started adding paywalls. And in Q1 this year, we made 44,000. This is going forward our 3-year milestone. This year, we already launched Lexis Chat, which is ChatGPT-like AI chatbot for conversations. We are going to launch AI customer research and outreach very soon. In Q3, we will also integrate with CRM and offer AI smart search on top of CRM data. And in 2024, we plan to apply our AI technology into other places where people are having their conversations, whether it's phone call or online chat. In 2025, and our long-term mission is to build a human-like AI voice agent for revenue teams, which can outreach to customers, qualify leads, handle objections, schedule meetings, and even close deals. We will completely disrupt this revenue tech industry. What does that mean for investors? We plan to get 1 billion valuation in 5 years, and we can exit through either IPO or acquisition and bring more than 100 times return for seed investors. This is the team behind Lexis. I spent about 15 years in the software industry. I started as a software engineer, senior engineer, and tech lead for my first 8 years. Then I went back to school for my MBA. I graduated from Booth in 2015. After that, I relocated to Silicon Valley, did 2 years consulting, and after that, I did another 2 years venture investment. I was investment director at Folsom RC Capital, focusing on AI-driven companies. I invested in 6 companies on the board of 4, sold one of them called Tapingo in 2019 for $160 million. Another portfolio of mine called Splitty, leads an A-round investment in 2020. Their last round valuation in 2022 was more than $600 million. So on paper, I made more than 40 times return in less than 4 years. My co-founder Sean, we were roommates and classmates in college. We have known each other for over 20 years. The only difference between him and I is he has a PhD in computer science, and I don't. We have another 2 great engineers, Christian and Dat, and we have an amazing team of advisors. David has been CMO for multiple successful startups, and he has been guiding us on how to use PLG to grow our business. Niha has been leading the product marketing at Microsoft over 20 years. She has been in charge of the Microsoft Dynamics 365 Viva Sales Digital Contact Center. She brings tremendous industry insight in Lexis and helped me position ourselves for specific SMB revenue teams. Laurent has been leading the sales at Microsoft and HP for also more than 20 years. She understands really the pinpoint of sales, BD, and customer success, and he helped us build better products. And Ying was my supervisor and managing partner at my previous fund. Because my previous fund minimum check size is $5 million, she made a personal investment as an angel investor and has been helping me with my fundraising. Last year, we graduated from 500 Global, one of the top 3 accelerators in the world, and we raised $500K from Elevator Venture, Flywheel Fund, and Celtic House Partners. This year, we plan to raise another $2 million to use for 16 months to extend our engineering team, hire a marketing manager to accelerate our growth. And our goal is to achieve ARR 1 million, and we'll be ready for a round. And that's the end of my slides. Thank you. Kevin.
Very impressive. You've done a lot, it seems like, with a little, with not too much fundraising, and got some good traction here. I guess, you know, the competitive set here, and I know you do things that other folks don't and all that, but I mean, you have a lot of well-funded competitors here that do various things. I mean, and 2 million might not really be enough, right? Don't you? It seems like you've got some good traction there.
Customers, right? And by focusing on this underserved market, we have a really good chance to continue to be capital efficient and accelerate both our innovation and user acquisition, and keeps our capital efficiency.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get the capital efficiency, and that's fantastic. Though, I just wonder if you could be more aggressive and yeah.
Sure. I would say if some investor wants to give me, certainly if someone wants to give me more money, I'm happy to discuss. Xuan.
Hey, so great presentation. Thank you. I mean, I just have this weird feeling that we're going to this future of AI talking to AIs in the future.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually.
Yeah, joke aside, like, you know, Kevin mentioned this is a very hot topic, AI, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of smart entrepreneurs, jump into the space. I'm just curious, Eric, your thoughts on what is Alexa's long-term competitive advantage against other, large language models?
Sure. And I would say that we are not competing on particular technology. We try to focus on a specific use case, is SMB revenue team. We try to be the best product for this particular segment rather than particularly model. That's the first answer to your question. And second, whenever there's a large market reaches technology inflation point, you will always see a lot of noise and a lot of competitions. And eventually it's come down to execution. I would say we have the best team in this market, and we are very serious building a real business. And we are confident we can out-execute our competitors.
Yeah. One follow-up thought there, Eric, is, some of as AI models continues to mature, advance, right? Yeah. Some of the features that you offer today might become table stake. Some other companies say, this is just a feature I'm going to give out for free. I have other more advanced features I can charge. So I'm just curious also, how this kind of a layer cake strategy, right? Some of the features today, some people willing to pay. What are some of you have a mousetrap, but what are some of the, other features or, functionality you plan to roll out over the next 12 to 24 months?
Sure. First thing I want to answer is the innovation in the AI model is not just about competition. It also keeps lower down our cost. And that you mentioned, there's a lot of competitors on the model side. There's tons of open source nowadays. It actually keeps driving down the cost on the infrastructure side. That's actually a good thing. And second, it really helps us accelerate our development. For example, our current plan is to bring this human-like AI voice agent in 2025. And most likely we can even do it in 2024 because the technology that you mentioned is growing so fast. Some of the things we think we will take more time to develop might be able to do even this year.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Let's see. Alan.
Yeah, I have two questions, Eric.
Sure.
One is, so you moved from this free model to now you're getting revenue. So you had revenue in the first quarter of 44,000. So I'm just curious as to, you went through this slide very quickly and I couldn't tell. So what were the additional features and how many of the people converted when what did that 44,000 represent in terms of percentage of your users that converted?
Sure. We have about 800 customers. So roughly the conversion is 3%, 3% to 3.5%.
Okay. And then my other question was just related to your management team. You have a lot of engineers in your management team, but I didn't see anybody in charge of business development or marketing. I know you have that among your advisors.
Sure.
But are you thinking about bringing somebody on board that's going to focus on business development?
Yeah, of course. Right now I'm BD, I'm marketing manager, I'm product manager, I'm everything, right? And our advisor has been really supportive on helping me. And they have also introduced quite a few amazing people as well, certainly not as senior as them, but kind of in the middle career, right? So once we finish our next fundraising, we can definitely find quite a few amazing people to join our team on both marketing and product side. Sure. Mark.
Good job, Eric. Great progress. Let's go back to your 22 accomplishments. You had 14,000 users out of 16,000 online using this product actively. And as you move to revenue, it seems like you're moving them across. I'm trying to figure out what were they using the product for before? And now if you start to charge the revenue, what are they getting that they didn't have before? Because as several people pointed out, I mean, you say you rank on the first page, so does about 50 other people. If I type in Google Meet transcription, I get about 30 names ahead of yours, all offering the same thing, including Google. So I'm trying to figure out how do you really stand different, but why give up on those 14,000 people who are using your existing product?
Sure. Let me go back to this pricing chart. So we offer a lot of things for free last year, including some AI features. Right now, if you want to just use Lexis for online transcription, note taking, you can still do that. You can still use Lexis for at least 300 minutes per month on your online note taking transcription. And but if you want to use the AI features like AI writer, Lexis Chat, this year you need to start paying. And that's how our structure our paywall. And we are going to launch our AI customer research outreach as well. And that feature will be placed under business plan. And we are going to add more and more advanced AI features on those pricing plans.
But if I wanted to use Google, for example, in Google Meet, not Zoom, but let's say I'm using Google Meet, I can get unlimited transcription into a Google document that basically, offers not just what you have in your basic, but some of what's in your pro. What are you doing to differentiate against them?
Yeah.
To pull these people from these 14,000 people that were using your free product into your paid product?
Yes. So if you use the default transcription from Google, you will get the transcription, right? But after 45 minutes meeting, do you really want to read 45 minutes of transcript? Probably not, right? And with Lexis AI Writer, you can generate a project update, customer requirement, follow-up email in seconds without reading anything. That's how we encourage people to go from free to paid.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Kevin.
Hi, good presentation. Full disclosure, I recently invested in a company that it's not the same, but it actually does, as freaky as this is, it does emotional reading of your face while you're talking.
Sure.
And it gives real-time feedback during video calls. It's actually kind of eerie, like those True Lies TVs back in the day. It's kind of eerie. But one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is privacy, right? And what's going on with, the ability of all these things to not only store and save that information, but also to analyze it. So, the lawyers are starting to get all wound up about the ability to grab these transcripts, because let's be honest, we probably say things in meetings we wouldn't write down, right? Often, I've been to lots of board meetings, right? And you don't want that recorded. And so I guess how are you thinking about privacy? How are you thinking about what you can record and what you can, and kind of affirmative rights, as the lawyers would say, to make sure people understand this thing is being kind of tracked and so forth and so on as they chat? Thanks.
Sure. I think there's multiple questions there, and I will answer from two perspectives. The first one is regulation perspectives. We at Lexis, we follow all the guidelines at GDPR, and that's the first thing. We follow all the guidelines. Second thing, from the technical perspective, we encrypt and securely store all the conversations into Google Cloud in the USA. Even I, as a CEO, I have no access to any of your data. When we fine tune and train our model, we purchase data from data vendors. We never use any of our customer data to train our model. I think that's my answer to a question regarding privacy. Okay, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my hand was still up.
Okay, sorry. David.
I may have this wrong, but this feels like a menu of point solutions for very distinct challenges, everything ranging from customer research, thank you notes, in real-time coaching. At what time, maybe you already have, but to what extent are you evolving into a fully integrated customer relationship management tool that would manage meetings across the company and sort of secure more stability with respect to recurring revenues?
Sure. David, that's a very good question. And I want to answer this question from market segment perspectives. For enterprise customers, they do have a comprehensive CRM system, workflow system, even ERP system we need to integrate with, right? And right now we are focusing on SMB. Those segments, they have really lightweight CRM. Sometimes it's just Excel. And this segment is our sweet spot at this moment. Even we don't have that comprehensive integration, people are still very happy with using Lexis. But again, like you mentioned, as we grow, maybe 1 year or 2 years, when we go to enterprise segment, yes, you're absolutely right. We will have to build those comprehensive integration into people's current workflows.
Helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll ask another question, going back to this. I mean, you basically say you're focusing on revenue meetings, and I just see so many products out here offering so many features, and it seems like every product's throwing up a feature that's going to make a difference. Give me one clear distinction of what you offer that I can't get from like an Otter AI or someone else.
Sure. If let's just say Otter AI, I have a comparison here. If you go to Otter AI, you won't find AI writer, you won't find Lexis chat. So we won't say we will be the only one forever, but we are definitely the pioneer and leader bringing this technology into this market. And very soon, we will also launch the AI customer research and outreach. And we most likely will be also the first one to have this new feature.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Eric. Well done.
Thank you.
Judges, please take a few minutes to complete your score sheets, and then okay, welcome back, everyone. Next up, I have the honor of introducing Professor Steve Kaplan, who's the founder of the New Venture Challenge. Steve Kaplan is the Neubauer Family Distinguished Service Professor of Entrepreneurship and Finance at Chicago Booth and the Kesenick EP Faculty Director of the Polsky Center. So Steve, over to you.
Thanks, Garana, and thanks to all of you for being here, particularly the judges and the presenting teams. And I'm glad it's been a great session so far, and I'm sure it will continue to be. So I just want to say a few words. The Alumni New Venture Challenge is the youngest of the NVC tracks. It's certainly not the least. And we've seen good teams over the years, and I think they keep getting better, and we expect to have some big wins over time from the ANVC. It's open to all alumni of the University of Chicago, no matter their degree program. And one of my favorite things is that it gets teams from really all over the globe, which exemplifies the global reach of the university. And what we hope is that over time, it helps us build a global network and support each other, both the alums, current students, everybody in launching and growing businesses. And the NVC in general, over time, it's grown. I think we have almost 400 companies that we've supported that are operating. Those companies have raised almost $2 billion and have created more than $8 billion in exit value. And those results have basically placed us as a national leader among university-based startup accelerators. So today, we're going to add to the list of NVC All-Stars, and I hope you are as excited as I am to see the rest of the teams and to see who ends up getting the $100,000 in investment. And, perhaps there'll be more than that, we'll see. And to all the alums watching, I urge you to get involved with the Polsky Center and be part of building the next generation of entrepreneurs. And finally, to the 8 finalist teams, congratulations to each of you, and good luck today. And now back to Gorana and on to the next team.
All right, thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate you sharing your time, and thank you for all that you've and make sure it's syncing up. All right, we are all set. Over to you, Manali.
Hey everyone, my name is Manali, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Perry Weddings. South Asian wedding planning in the United States is a nightmare. I would know because my husband and I spent 2 years planning our wedding, and there were essentially 2 ways we discovered to go about this. The first was to do it ourselves, and the second was to pay $15,000 to hire a wedding planner to do it for us. Now, being 2 broke MBA students, the latter was not an option. So we decided to do it ourselves. We called friends, family, did endless Google searches, sent cold emails, made cold calls, and even did some office visits just to get some initial information. Only about less than 10% actually responded back to us with pricing information and services. And from there, only a handful were even left to pick from. We thought, this is absurd. So we did some customer surveys and found that a lot of couples were on the same boat as us. Out of 200 respondents, 91% of couples found the South Asian wedding planning process very difficult, inefficient, and costly. 85% were not satisfied with current options like the Knot, Wedding Wire, or even hiring a wedding planner. 93% of couples said the most important information to them was prices, reviews, photos, and videos, but no current option truly provided all of this. And on the flip side, 91% of vendors didn't find the current vendor listing platforms useful to reach to couples. So thus, we created Perry Weddings to help solve this nightmare so couples can more easily plan and enjoy their weddings in the future. Perry Weddings is the largest South Asian wedding vendor directory in the US and Canada. We offer full pricing information unlike any other service out there. Couples can go to our site, select their city and guest count, pick from a range of vendors such as henna, decor, and more, and even get their total cost. They can even add vendors to their shopping cart by clicking I do, and then check out with a wedding plan that's catered to their needs and budget, all within a matter of minutes. This is great for our customers because they save 1 to 2 years of their time and also $15,000 by not having to spend on a planner. It's also great for our vendors because we typically see about 50,000 customer sessions a month, and our annual listing fee is 3 times as cheaper as that of our competitors. There's truly no solution like us. We are the only ones out there with 5,000 plus South Asian vendors already onboarded for site. And we offer that full pricing transparency. Now, these are the top 2 things that customers really care about and prefer. Like our competitors, Wedding Wire, The Knot, South Asian Bridal Magazine, and Maharani Weddings, we also offer reviews and photos, and wedding tips and inspiration. But our moat truly is our data and the critical mass that we've accumulated thus far. We're even being recognized. We are featured on Yahoo News, ABC7, and Poets and Quants. We won first place out of 523 startups at the Every Girl National Startup Competition. We were top 3 out of 75 startups at the Entree Pitch Competition, and we were accepted into both Kellogg and Booth's accelerator programs. And we're even going viral on social media. We have about 120 million views annually on Pinterest and 64,000 Instagram followers. We also have 50,000 customer sessions and 5,000 vendors already on. And our customers and vendors just love us. You can see that by the great reviews we've gotten thus far. Some wish they knew about our page 2 years ago. Some are thankful for Perry Weddings and how it helped them plan their wedding. And some even call Perry Weddings changing the wedding industry for the better. The South Asian wedding market is a huge market, and it's only growing. There are about 100,000 South Asian weddings per year, each with an average cost of $300,000. This is a $30 billion South Asian wedding market just waiting to be tapped into. And the South Asian population is growing at 9 times the rate of that of the local population. And we boast one of the highest marriage rates at 85%. We're being very strategic in the areas that we target, and we're focusing on those with the highest South Asian immigrant population around the world. Now, we're already in major cities in the US and Canada, and we plan to expand into the UK, UAE, and Australia in the future. We have a very, very simple revenue model. We're free to our couples, and we make money by charging our vendors. We have 3 different revenue streams listed below. The first is a listing fee, and we charge vendors typically $4.99 for a premium annual listing. Our second revenue stream is through sponsorships and ads, and we charge vendors about $100 for a sponsored ad. You can think of this like a wedding website post or even an Instagram story or post. And lastly, our third revenue stream is clothing sales. Now, this is something new that we've implemented. Typically, most South Asian weddings have 5 to 10 different events, and that means an outfit for each event. We eventually want to make Perry Weddings the one-stop shop for all South Asian wedding needs. So clothing was the one that made sense the most. And we typically charge couples $250 as the average outfit value. Our expected revenues for 2023 hit at about $130,000 based on the 3 revenue streams that I mentioned earlier. Our expected expenses this year will total about $72,000. Now, typically, we are a very low-cost business. However, this year, we want to build out that e-commerce platform so we can sell those things like clothes, wedding invitations, religious items, and more. Thus, our website maintenance cost is pretty high for this year. But we're hoping that our small steps today will lead to big returns and ideas for tomorrow. In the future, we still plan to have the listing fees, the ads and sponsorships, and the clothing sales. We plan to expand into other ethnic weddings, such as Jewish weddings, Christian weddings, Chinese weddings, and more. We also plan to build out travel packages So this includes working with travel agencies and building out honeymoon destinations or even destination weddings. We also want to be there for the wedding afterlife. So this includes things like date and experiences with your partner, family planning, or even celebrating those big milestones. PRE Weddings wants to be along for the ride. And all of this is made possible through a very passionate and experienced team. I myself am the full-time CEO. I was a Booth alum, an ex-corporate strategist and consultant, and an LP at a VC fund. My co-founder, CFO, and husband was previously a Kellogg alum, a serial entrepreneur and venture capitalist, and a McKinsey consultant. And lastly, we have Neha Girg, who is our full-time Chief Marketing Officer. She was previously a Shadi Saga founding member, and also the Chief Marketing Officer at the Wedding Brigade and the Crimson Bride, two very big wedding platforms in India. So today we're looking to raise about $200,000 to realize our very rapid expansion plans. By 2023, we really want to hire a CTO and build out our tech team. And we also want to build and grow that affiliate platform that I mentioned earlier. This will help us sell things like clothes, religious items, and more. So most of the money that we would raise today would go towards these two things. By 2027, we want to be fully penetrated in the US, Canada, UK, Australia, and UAE, and we're almost halfway there. We also want to expand into other ethnic weddings and look at travel packages. And our goal is to hit about $10 million in revenues. And by 2030, we want to hit 30 million in revenues and really build out that PRE Weddings afterlife. And we also want to think about a strategic exit or IPO, ideally with a person that has a similar vision to us, such as the Wedding Wire or not. So join us today and help make dream weddings come true. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Manali. You have some hands raised from the judges. Are you able to see those?
I cannot see them because I'm sharing, but my co-founder Raj will take a look at the questions.
I can see them. Chris Deutsch, I believe your hand probably came up first.
Yes, thank you very much, Manali, for your the presentation. I have a couple of questions. I understand from your benchmark that listing on vendors and pricing information is a key differentiator compared to competition. The first question is, how do you, what's your strategy around vendor acquisition and retention? And the second question is, how do you justify the listing fee, the pricing? What's your pricing strategy around listing fee and ad, because it's $400 and $100? How do you come up with this pricing and yeah, what's the rationale behind it, right? So first question is about vendor acquisition and retention, and the second one is pricing strategy for vendors.
Yeah, I can. Hi, this is Raj, CFO. I can cover that. So in terms of vendor acquisition as well as retention, I would say generally speaking, because there's very few other options that are feasible for South Asian vendors to be seen, other than spending on their own thousands of dollars on SEO or Instagram or other sorts of marketing. We're essentially the only platform that really provides them an opportunity to showcase their work. We have a free listing, we have a listing we charge for, etc. We also have such a large following. And so I think because we've kind of somewhat gone viral and have established a pretty good presence so far in the industry, we haven't found it incredibly difficult to onboard vendors. The way we do so, in full transparency, is somewhat manual. So we, initially starting out a few years ago, we did literally just go to like the nth page of Google and Facebook and Instagram and called up people and found ways to find vendors, talked to them on the phone, explained to them what we're doing, and then manually kind of inputted their info. We've since automated it a little bit better. We have a team that works under our CMO, Neha, who's based in India. So we have two people there that manage the vendor listings, both in terms of getting new vendors, retaining old ones, and updating the current ones. And then in terms of the pricing strategy, so it's a pretty small market, generally speaking. There's the wedding wire and the knot, which are, kind of more general, wedding vendor platforms, and they charge thousands of dollars a year, like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000. So we knew that that is a major kind of hurdle or barrier to entry for most of the South Asian wedding vendors. Of the South Asian wedding vendors in the US and Canada, about 80%, based on our experience so far, are what you'd call small to medium businesses. So there's essentially no way they could ever afford that. And so because of that, we tried to go for kind of a lower price point that was affordable and seemed fair to us based on what the competitors were charging and what was feasible for the market we're in. And so we settled at $499. I will say though, and Neha or Seema can speak to this more, when we do sales, there definitely seems to be an opportunity if needed to increase pricing there. But for now, we're keeping it steady there, as it's been a good entry point so far.
Right. So as Raj said, most of the vendors are pretty much okay with paying $499 for a year. We also wanted to actually initiate with the lower pricing because of the competition that we are seeing. And mostly all the vendors are okay paying this much because they see the kind of leads that we are giving them, not in terms of actual leads, but the leads that they are getting through the messages directly from the clients to the vendors, one. Second, we are also giving them the social media promotions and article promotions on the website. So, which is one of the reasons that they want to really retain their listing with us for the next year also.
Thank you very much.
Yep, no problem. I'll go to the other Chris from Lofty Ventures.
Hi, great presentation. I have basically two questions. The first is, I'm curious why you want to go to other ethnic weddings at all. This is such a large and massive opportunity, and you could really build your brand just specifically in this category and own it. Why not put 100% of your resources and energy towards that forever?
Yeah, I think the reason, honestly, we've considered that is because we've gotten, I wouldn't say, an inordinate amount, but several kind of inbound inquiries from other, I guess, ethnicities, you could call it, whether it's Asian or related South Asian ethnicities that have asked if they could list on our platform or if we have folks that kind of appeal to their business. So it seems like there's somewhat of a demand there. We'll have to do kind of the further deep dive to see if the juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak, given that South Asian weddings are so expensive and lucrative. Finding similar sorts of weddings, obviously, would be, the move. But essentially, it's kind of just an inbound thing at this point that seems like there's a lot of demand. But we'll certainly kind of further review it in the future.
Just a quick, throwing on the coaching hat, the best thing you can do as a startup is say no to good opportunities, because what you've got is a bigger opportunity. And I think staying focused on exactly what you do is going to give you a lot more momentum. But second question, I think I heard you say you're raising 200,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
What are you going to do with 200,000? That sounds pretty small.
Yeah. So we've been lucky in that I guess because, at the core of it, we're essentially a website. So it's fairly low cost with our team as well, being lean. So we've been able to essentially self-fund most of our business so far, just with retained earnings and or starting out with our kind of family and friends capital. But given that our clothing business has essentially kind of exploded the last 6 months or so, we've been doing that in a very, very manual way, which is literally just doing Instagram posts, creating a large, gigantic WhatsApp group with other members we have who follow us, and just selling clothes on a one-off basis. So to scale it, I think Manali talked about this before, we're looking to essentially, I guess you could say, automate it and create kind of a part or a section of our website, or perhaps a separate website altogether that's related to our current business, that allows us to kind of have an e-commerce portion of our business where it's more automated and we can scale our clothing sales at a much, much, much larger pace. So to do that, neither of us three are technical in background. We're essentially all kind of business oriented. And so we're looking to hire someone who can be a CTO and bring on a few folks as a larger tech team underneath them to hopefully build that out and kind of build and grow that clothing kind of affiliate platform. So that's our plan.
Awesome. Thanks. Great pitch. Definitely would like to talk to you guys. I like that you're in Chicago. And again, like, I really encourage you to try to focus on this opportunity, because when I saw $300,000 as the average, that's just insane. I mean, I can't even imagine that's the average, but awesome.
Yeah, it's no, we'd love to talk. It sounds like you have some good ideas and feedback. So we'll catch up after. I think maybe Carlos was next.
Hey guys, thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question of mine is, like, what's the and maybe this just goes back to the problem, but basically for this specific audience, why can't they use the not? Like, what are the particular reasons? And then if you have any sort of data on where you're at with user acquisition, that would be great.
Yeah, so essentially, you can't use a not for a few reasons. One is that there's like a gajillion vendors on there, and it's almost impossible to filter properly for South Asian. We tried it for our own wedding, and you just get a bunch of like Joe Schmoes who have no idea about it. The flip side to that is, on the vendor side itself, it's absurdly expensive to go on the Knot or Wedding Wire, like $5,000-$6,000. And so if you're a photographer that makes, I don't know, $1,500 for one wedding, like, you're essentially spending like 6 weeks of your income or your salary, because they only work weekends, on that listing itself. And then the listing itself gets buried because you can't filter and properly find the South Asian ones. And so that's essentially why you will almost never see a South Asian wedding vendor on the Wedding Wire or the Knot. It's very, very rare. And then your second question was on user acquisition. So we have, we don't have the graph of our Google Analytics exactly, but right now we're about 50,000 customer sessions a month. To give you context, I would say maybe 6 months ago, or maybe 9 months ago, 6 to 9 months ago, is probably more like 20,000. So it's increasing at a pretty good rate. And I think the way we're seeing our user acquisition filter through is primarily first through social media and then down to the website. So like, our Pinterest exploded first, then our Instagram started picking up pace, and then we saw our website customer sessions increasing. And so with that, we've started investing in SEO probably only about 6 months ago or so. We have another team based in India that does that. And so with that, we expect some pretty good to decent results, but we can report back once we have more data on that in the future.
One quick follow-up. When you look at a ticket price of 300,000 and you talk about your vendor like pricing dynamics, like, how does that, is that very different than like your traditional American weddings in terms of spend per vendor?
Yeah, so I don't think we have it in this deck, but according to various, periodicals and doing some Googling, the average American wedding is about a tenth of that. It's about $30,000. So essentially a South Asian wedding is 10x an average American wedding. And so in terms of spend, if you average it out, it's probably about 10x per vendor, but in reality, it's probably skewed more towards a few other things like venues, because the amount of people that come to a South Asian wedding, it's recovering after COVID, can generally sometimes get up to like 1,000, maybe 2,000. So the venue, the food, are places that kind of anchor up quite a bit. Photography, maybe not as much. Decor, I would say quite a bit, because South Asian weddings have very specific things, like creating a mandap, if you're familiar with that, lots of flowers and other sorts of things that are kind of part of the religious ceremonies. And so essentially on average, it's a 10x cost, but it kind of ebbs and flows depending on the category.
Got it. Appreciate it.
Yep. I think maybe Kevin Leininger.
Yeah, nice presentation. It's a very interesting market. If you go back to the slide, you had a slide that had data and market share or whatever at the bottom of the screen. I can't remember what slide it was. But my point is a little bit, I would echo what one of the earlier folks said, which is, I think this is a big enough market. You should focus on this market and dominate it before you worry about serving other markets. That's free advice. You get what you pay for. However, I also think you're thinking way too small. This looks like a pretty big market opportunity for me, and you've got some momentum. I would say you need to raise more than $200,000, spend a little bit more on your CAC and get more customers, because I don't remember what slide it was, but you said there were two advantages which is always my question. One was data, and I'd like your thoughts on what are you thinking about the data? What are you going to do with it? How are you going to monetize it? And the other one was to the point, thank you, critical mass, I guess you have there. I think this is all about a market share grab as quickly as you can get it. So I would highly advise you to raise more money and go faster and go harder, because I think you're thinking too small. So, and then talk to me a little bit about on the data side of the business. That's it. Thank you.
Yep. So in terms of data, first of all, thank you. That's very good advice. Appreciate that. So in terms of data, it's like an extremely grueling process initially to get the vendor data is what we're talking about. So in the beginning, when me and Manali started off after we finished our own wedding about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we picked up the phone, we emailed, we talked to vendors, and had to collect like tens of line items of data, like pricing, phone number, website, this, that, specific line items of pricing, finding the reviews online. And so it's just a massive database that's very manual to pull. You can't web scrape for it because most of the time it's not in one place. It's all over the place. Even just getting the name of the vendors themselves is probably 80% of the effort. So essentially, if anyone wanted to copy us, they would have to like deploy massive resources to do the most manual work possible. And so we spent the first 6 to 9 months just getting all this data, and then essentially created this kind of front-end platform to use it and to monetize the data. In terms of further monetization of the data, we haven't actually considered that yet, such as selling the data to someone or so on and so forth. As you kind of mentioned, we're focused mostly on our own kind of market share.
Yeah, I think only other comment, and I know there's other questions. Sorry, the only other comment I would make is you're going to have tremendous insights into consumer behavior here. Based on what people are choosing and how they're thinking. There's a lot of algorithms these days that are pretty much out there in the wild that you can use to drive, whether it's Netflix doing it years ago to tell me the movies I like. You've got the same kind of opportunity here. And I think that's hugely valuable. So I'd encourage you to think about that. It doesn't cost you very much money to go start to put that tech in place. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. I'll go to Mark Tebby.
Thanks a lot. First, good presentation. Second, interesting market. Third, I'd be remiss to not ask, how do you compare to a former ANVC team called Party Slate, who focuses across the board beyond just Southeast Asian weddings to all the other ones you compel yourself to want to go into, who has a database about 8 to 10 times the size of yours? How do you compete against someone who offers Southeast Asian solutions, but also offers so much more?
Yeah, that's funny. Party Slate is actually what I'd probably call one of kind of like our loose mentors. So I got introduced to her because she went to Kellogg and I went to Kellogg. Oh, I believe we're at time. But long story short, she doesn't focus as much on Southeast Asian weddings. She kind of has more of the diversified business, which is for any party planning. And so if we do expand outside this market, she's essentially the business model we look to for wedding afterlife and other sorts of ancillary revenue streams. But yeah, that's a very closely related business, I would say.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, team. We are at time. Judges who did not get a chance to ask a question, please feel free to write it in the score sheet. We could share it with the team later. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next presenter is Plural Energy. So Adam, over to you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Adam Silver, one of the founders of Plural Energy, and I'm excited to tell you about what we're doing here at Plural. Our mission is simple. We want to expand access to one of the highest impact and highest yielding asset classes in the world, renewable energy infrastructure. And I'm so sorry if you hear my dog freaking out in the background today. So today, in general, renewable energy projects, solar fields, wind farms are good investments. They often have IRRs north of 12%, less than 1% default rates, and not to mention they're highly impactful in the fight against climate change. That said, the average investor cannot afford the $50,000 minimum investment that most of these funds and projects require. On the other side of the platform, we've begun working with smaller renewable developers who've told us stories about a very challenging project finance environment. If you were to go ask some of the larger developers, let's say Michael Polsky's Invenergy, for example, about the state of renewable project finance, you'd hear that although the capital stack is tightening, things are generally pretty good. There's regulatory tailwinds, a very active M&A market, and more interest in this space than ever. But if you ask that same question to the folks that we partner with at Plural, you'd hear a different story. You'd hear about financing terms that are often 5% higher than some of their larger counterparts, cost of capital hitting 30% for certain projects, and an M&A market that doesn't really give them that many options as an asset owner. So what we're building at Plural is giving retail investors direct access to investing in these high-quality renewable projects. We start our process by working directly with the renewable asset owners and take them through an SEC Reg A+ filing process. That's what the SEC calls mini IPOs. And what that means is once they're qualified, anyone, accredited or unaccredited, is able to invest directly in these projects. We then allow investors post-IPO to trade on our Plural platform with 24/7 liquidity. We use blockchain-enabled smart contracts in the background to automate market making and provide a constant market for people to trade in and out of their positions. And again, because we use blockchain, that means our transaction costs are incredibly low, which we then use to deliver constant yield to our investors. When it comes to our monetization, we have 3 forms of cash monetization. The first are platform fees, which we charge $20,000 to our asset partners to IPO within our ecosystem. We then take between 50 basis points and 1% of primary and secondary sales of all trades on the platform. And we're also responsible for distributing dividends from the asset owner to the shareholders, which we take 1% of all dividends automated. In addition to these cash monetizations, we also are accruing value by requiring, as part of the terms to IPO within our ecosystem, that our asset owners provide Plural with 50 basis points of equity in the project. So we're focusing on those smaller projects, like I said, generally between 2 and 50 megawatts in capacity. Smaller than some of the largest in the country, but too big for your rooftop. And when we estimate the revenue on these projects, that ends up being between $20,000 and $500,000 of annual recurring revenue for trading on our platform. When we look at the larger market, we consider our service addressable market, those projects under 50 megawatts in size. That's just where Plural is a good fit right now. That makes our SAM $1.3 billion, which you can see divided into a couple subsectors below. Over time, we expect that Plural will provide value to larger projects in the industry as well. That would expand our TAM an additional $5 billion to $6.3 billion. This is a pretty conservative bottoms-up estimate of our market here. It doesn't include all the projects that are currently under construction and going live in the months and years to come. It doesn't include all the projects that are being planned thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act last year. And it doesn't include the thousands of projects in the world that are outside of the US. So there's a very large market for us to play in, but where do we start? We already have agreements in place with a handful of asset partners to IPO within our ecosystem. We've signed a term sheet with the partner to tokenize wind assets in partnership with universities. The plan here is that university endowments can invest directly in wind assets, and then their communities and alumni can co-invest with them through the Plural platform, along with our other investors. We sent a term sheet out and are currently negotiating with a solar project in the Midwest worth $35 million to IPO later this year, or early Q1 at the latest. And then we're also starting what we call Plural Project Zero. This is our effort to partner with a network of financing partners, generally family offices, that want exposure to the renewable space. The plan here is we will work with our financing partners to acquire an asset and IPO it in the Plural ecosystem. We're currently in late stage due diligence for an asset in Maryland to take through the Plural Project Zero process. These 3 projects, plus the additional 6 in our pipeline, make us confident that by this time next year, we'll have over $100 million of assets ready to IPO within the Plural ecosystem. When it comes to the demand side of the platform, we know there's 2 driving factors that make someone want to invest in these assets. The first is money, yield, and the second is impact. And what we're learning from talking to folks is that these investors exist both on-chain, they're already investing in the blockchain environment, part of the $100 billion of capital that we can access there, or they're off-chain, they're regular people who don't really care about blockchain, but want to make investments here. So we're designing both our target personas and distribution channels to meet these customers where they are in both of these environments. We're already setting up partner ecosystems, integrations, and a direct marketing campaign to target these folks. When it comes to our competition, we basically differ in 4 really distinct but important ways. The first one is that we're built for the energy industry. There are other platforms out there that allow you to securitize and tokenize anything. There are horizontal tokenization platforms. In general, our asset partners could never really work with one of these because the energy industry is just too complex and nuanced. The second is that we are built for equity. There are ways for people to lend to renewable plants, but that means they don't get to participate in the upside of these investments. Third, we're designing our marketplace for liquidity. Liquidity is so important for retail investors. They need the ability to move in and out of positions so that they can meet other financial obligations. And lastly, although we love the carbon offset market and have a lot of respect for how far renewable energy credits have taken us, we are built for direct investing. We want the dollars to go directly to the projects behind those credits. So the team behind Plural is me, Jason, and Alex. My interest in the energy industry began even before I was at Booth. And by the time I was at Booth, I was thoroughly obsessed. I was planning energy conferences, and I spent all my time at the intersection of entrepreneurship and energy. Actually, my first energy venture attempt was in Professor Tebe's entrepreneurial discovery class in 2018, actually. I left Booth to run a product team at ServiceNow, but I always knew I'd end up here, building something new in the energy space. My co-founder, Jason, has incredible experience running one of the largest energy portfolios in the country at EDF, where he managed a 3.5 gigawatt portfolio of assets, which means that that'll be worth nearly $4 billion by the time it's all active. Alex has incredible experience leading engineering teams in both traditional web and software environments and crypto native products. We're raising $2 million with the target outcomes of hitting 3 IPOs within the Plural ecosystem, reaching $30 million of gross marketplace value, and beginning to scale our regulatory approach. We want to be the crypto company that embraces regulation, and that's why we work so hard to execute a regulatory approach that's in line with the current SEC frameworks. Right now, that's done through partners, but we're working with those partners to reduce the regulatory filing costs and to eventually bring some of those services in-house. In the next couple of weeks, we'll begin our first regulatory qualification for our first IPO, with our first IPO scheduled for Q4 of this year. Next year, we plan on adding more IPOs into the ecosystem and expanding product for those new distribution channels. Thanks so much, and looking forward to your questions. Oh, I got to do the calling on thing, I see. All right, Kevin.
Hey, super interesting idea. I never really thought about this, but one of the things that I would ask about is talk to me a little bit about liquidity, because clearly as a retail investor, for example, if I were going to go in and invest in this, right, or I was a trader, right, and I was going to go in and, move, I guess it's equity, right, whatever the equivalent is on the blockchain around. How are you going to think? Because liquidity needs volume typically, right? So. And then I get worried if there's a liquidity crunch, then you have a regulatory problem. Hence, we've all seen what's been happening in mid-market banks recently, right? So talk to me a little bit about how you think about liquidity and how you're going to protect yourself against a potential lack of liquidity in the system.
Yeah, so this, I would say a couple months ago, this was the thing that kept me up at night. and we're working on it, and it's a work in progress. I would say that in general, our liquidity model will evolve over time. Right now, we are planning on using an order book model, and we're in talks with a number of OTC and market making desks, as well as other crypto native partners to provide liquidity so that there's always a trading facility for our investors. Over time, we want to take advantage of as many of the liquidity models that have been so successful in blockchain to date. But we don't want to start there because of the potential risk. I think, what you're getting at though is ultimately, I can have banks and market makers and whoever, but I need demand to drive liquidity. And so the real important thing here is the demand. So we feel really good about various demand indicators. Alternative asset companies like Masterworks, which you guys have probably heard of, have done super well recently. They don't allow a trading facility right now, but they don't have a very active secondary market, but they've been very successful. There's a lot happening in the regenerative finance space. It's a $2 billion voluntary carbon market that's, has like 40% year-over-year growth, and more of it is actually going to be on blockchain. Nearly $400 billion currently invested in assets like this in the blockchain ecosystem. And we also did an assessment of, okay, if someone has their money in crypto, how many investments are we confident that we're better than? And there's already $15 billion allocated to higher risk or worse yield assets in blockchain.
Yeah, I think one last comment, I'll let others. I think demand won't be a problem. I got 320 somethings and they would love to invest in this, and they can't write $100,000 checks, right? So yeah. I actually think, pretty quickly this thing could go really fast. So I'd almost be careful on the back end that you get too much demand. I'm sure you're talking about that too, but good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we're recording this so I can send that clip to other investors. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, that's a good quote. In terms of where you get your funding from, you said you're looking for $2 million. Is any of that potentially non-dilute, like you could do over and above, but like non-dilutive grant kind of stuff? And are you talking to any impact funds like here in Chicago, Impact Engine? I'm an LP of. I could see those kinds of companies being interested.
Yeah, so good question. Right now, the answer is no, but we're happy to take any intros. Most of what we're just starting our fundraising process, which has been honestly one of the more exciting fundraising processes I've been a part of. And our target funds right now are those venture funds that also provide market making liquidity. So we're in talks with a few of those, and a lot of them are crypto native funds, but we think it's super important that our cap table contains folks that care a lot about the energy industry as well. So we're trying to figure out like how our round will fill out in that way.
Okay, and one other quick comment too. I liked the sort of a quick note that you made where big institutions like a university could invest and then alums could invest around it. Ellen and I are both Vassar alums, and Vassar's got a huge initiative now of putting their whole campus green and doing a lot of stuff around green and renewable. That would be a really cool initiative. And if they send out an email to all the alums saying, because it's Reg A, we just made this $100,000 investment, you guys can all follow on, and it starts getting alums thinking about ways that they can invest, et cetera. I think that's a really interesting aspect too. Not really a question, more just like a statement.
Yeah, we love that. I wish I could take credit for that idea, but it was brought to us. And if any, Vassar, Chicago are interested, we are working with a fund manager that's basically forming capital, because endowments have a huge benefit to investing in renewable projects as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. You basically get 30 cents back on every dollar that you invest in renewables if you're tax exempt. So he's taking these investments to those endowments now, and then they want to really make it a community appeal. Professor Tebe. Oh, you're on mute.
Good to see you, Adam. Congratulations on expanding on your love of renewable energy here. You've got yourself a lot of good ideas here, but I'm trying to digest with the $2 million ask. You laid out how you're going to get different pieces of the economics, but you never laid it into pure financials.
Oh,
where's the $2 million going to take you? How long is it going to give you the room to run? And what milestones do you hope to hit before you run out of the $2 million?
Yeah. So,
and I can't see your slides anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was going to go face to face, but we can pull this back up. So we, there we go. So oh wait, the fundraising slide is this way. So we have a lot to do on product development and customer acquisition, and then our regulatory path. So we have designed our, basically designed our fundraise to focus on proving those those technical and regulatory, truths, as well as product market fit. So that $2 million will take us to 2 years of runway, and the target on the low end is $30 million of GMV. That's active trading with $100 million of tokenized assets.
And that'll give you what kind of revenue against what kind of expenses?
So we're basically, we haven't gone deep on the expense side. On the revenue side, we make, and it's just all very variable right now because we're so early, but we make $10,000 per megawatt of capacity traded on the platform. And so if that $100 million generally converts to like about 100 megawatts, so we'll probably be making $100 million run rate with our first pilot projects.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. This always happens. I lose the, I can't see you guys. So can someone, who's next?
Michael Small.
Hi, great presentation, great idea. Give me a little more insight into the regulatory process. Who is the registrant for the IPO, and how long does that process take? And explain that a little, please.
Thank you for asking this question. This is one of the things we've worked on the most. So the way that we've designed our regulatory process is for the SEC Reg A+. We're working with Pillsbury law firm. Our lead attorney has 35 years of petitioning the SEC experience. And essentially what we do is our asset partners are one of the issuers and we are the other issuer. Because they are providing us with shares as part of the term sheets, we can be considered an issuer dealer, not a broker dealer. We need a broker dealer, an alternative trading system. That's through a partnership we have with a company called Poet Network. And we work with CrowdCheck to do our regulatory A filing. CrowdCheck's done over 120 Reg A filings. And it's the same process that companies like Masterworks and others use to expand access to anyone to invest. And then there's a ton of stuff to be done when it comes to integrating identity of owners and through transfer agents and KYCs. And that's we also have partnerships there that are really where it's like most of the, that's where a lot of the technical integration effort comes in. Oh, the time. So so the SEC in general, it'll take on the long end 4 months. On the short end, it'll take a couple of weeks, depending on how well they know us. Masterworks now, from what I've heard through the grapevine, has very, very efficient filing processes. But that took time for the SEC to get to know them and their offerings.
And the approximate cost of going through the process?
Yeah, each IPO should cost around, so the Reg A filing process is $60,000 today. And then we estimate that all the other compliance efforts will be around an additional $5,000 to $10,000. So we basically, to just be safe in our estimates, think that it'll cost $75,000 to execute the regulatory process. And again, that's with our do things that don't scale, inefficient cost structure where we use these networks of expensive partners. Once we prove that this path works, there's a ridiculous amount of opportunity to reduce cost because these are like shockingly inefficient processes.
Thank you.
It looks like you have another question from Professor Teddy. Is that right?
No, Professor Teddy forgot to put his hand up.
No problem. Quan?
Yep, great presentation. Thank you. Quick question on the supply side of the equation. What's your current process to continue to source high quality project to be listed on your platform, and how many projects you want to get them mini IPO over the next 12 months?
Yeah. Well, so I'll answer the first one first. We're targeting about $100 million of assets by 12 months from now. So that really depends on the amount of projects we have. There's a trade-off between more projects and larger projects. More projects mean it's easier for investors to diversify across their investments, but it also makes our regulatory process more expensive. Ultimately, our number one concern is making sure we're able to provide liquidity, so we target 100 million. I'm going to let Jason, my co-founder, talk about making sure that we don't bring bad investments to our community.
Hi, everybody. In terms of sourcing on the supply side, our primary way we're operating there is working with within our networks and within our network of developers, both larger like Invenergy and EDP, and all the way down to smaller developers like Pine Gate, Clearway Energy. In talking with their transaction departments, they're always looking to buy and sell, and the M&A market is very active. So initially sourcing projects through developers like that, and then due diligencing them with myself and our team of advisors as well, running through all the numbers, making sure the risks of the projects make sense for what is at stake there. And then as we scale up, potentially bringing more onto the team to assist in the due diligencing of assets.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Got some more
There's
questions.
4 or 5 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
Amelia and Morris, do you want to ask?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Great job. On one of the earlier slides, and I may have misunderstood it or read it wrong, but there was a note about a daily dividend.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? Like, what is the source of the funds for that? And maybe just expand on, maybe I'm asking the wrong question because I'm not sure what it means. So go ahead.
So basically our dividends, so these assets will be producing energy on a regular basis. And then our dividend process, and then, they cash flow. Some of those cash flows are set aside for O&M costs and so forth. And then what ends up happening is that our dividends are then stored in an escrow contract. And then on a daily basis for the next period, dividends are distributed from that smart contract. So because there's a lot of real-time finance protocols on blockchain that allow you to, rather than, send payments one at a time, to stream cash flows.
But how are the dividends generated? So these are companies that are using cash as opposed to generating cash. So what's the source then?
No, they generate a lot of cash. So this is our deep dive data room. And in general, we have the assets. Well, actually, I should go to the energy market one. In general, these assets are either on what's called a power purchasing agreement, which means they sell power at a fixed price for a long period of time, almost like fixed income, or they are on a we have a PPA slide in here somewhere, or they are on what's called merchant projects, which means that they participate in the daily wholesale market. So they're almost like commodity producers that are then selling energy in and out to off-takers. And then so cash comes in. There's on solar especially, there's pretty low O&M costs, then there's financing costs, and then the leftover equity is distributed.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a quick question. How do you protect yourself from getting sued for investments that are don't necessarily turn out, or for there being, a problem with them? By the way, I liked your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good question. Well, it starts by not being desperate at the beginning. Like we've like Jason said, we've said no to projects because they don't fit. They don't seem like good investments. And then, we work with Pillsbury, and we are not technically money transmission business, a money services business, a broker dealer. We are just we just use blockchain enabled smart contracts to facilitate these markets, and we never custody funds. So we have a lot of legal protection just from, you know, that nature. I think my biggest concern is not so much the legal side. Like, I'm sure we pay too much in legal fees to have too much exposure there. My main concern is, like, you know, we don't want to provide a bad product to investors. So we take the diligencing of assets really seriously. And what's nice about what we do is that the assets that we are working with are massive ticket sizes. So we don't really need to worry about scaling our diligence process right now because you know, one deal on that side of the platform is $50 million of trading potential on the other side of the platform.
Right. Thank you so much, Adam. We are at time. Judges, if you did not get a chance to ask your question, please feel free to write it in the feedback form and I can share that with Adam later. So thanks so much, Adam. Great work. And
thank you. Great to see everyone again and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, judges, please take a few minutes to fill in the score sheet for Plural Energy, and then we will get our final team set up. Lambda function. Welcome back, everyone. We have our final team here to present Lambda function.
Fantastic. Last but not the least, hopefully. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Tanmay Agarwal. I'm the founder and CEO of Lambda Function, and we are enabling autonomous precision machining. So what is precision machining? For that, let's start by talking about Michelangelo. So Michelangelo used to start with a piece of raw material like white marble and a variety of cutting tools and his trusted hands to produce masterpieces like David. Precision machining is not that different. You start with a variety of raw materials, a set of cutting tools, and machines called CNC machines. These machines can be as small and sell for about $50,000, but as complex and selling for $1 to $2 million. And you produce all that to produce a variety of different parts for different applications, be it to send rovers to Mars, to make cars, rockets, watches, planes, or microscopes. Or be it your water bottle or the furniture we sit on, even the Instant Pot, and yes, even toilet paper. None of this would exist if we did not have precision machining. So precision machining essentially is a manufacturing process that removes material from a workpiece to create a desired shape and achieve very high tolerances. Now, the problem in the industry is that programming and operating these CNC machines is heavily reliant on informal knowledge of a shrinking labor pool. It's getting harder and harder to find people in this industry. People are retiring and not enough folks are going to machine school anymore. The implication is that we are now faced with slower time to market for new products. Precision manufacturers are facing lower profitability as their costs are going up. And in general, we now have a declining North American manufacturing when it comes to precision machining. We strongly believe there's a global supply chain crisis on the horizon, given that the demand for precision machining continues to rise 10% year over year, but the supply of people who know how to program and operate these machines is going away. Why does that matter to me? So my story is that in 2009, I stumbled into this industry when I joined my family business. After running that business for 4 years, I realized that actually you can try and outsource these jobs. Back then, this problem was already starting to creep up. The hypothesis back then was that could we try and outsource some of these jobs to other parts of the world where this talent might be more readily available? But you can't do that because of the physical nature of this industry, given that you're working with physical goods. In 2020, I founded Lambda Function with a new vision after a lot of validation. The question that I had in mind back in 2020 was that, what if we could build software that uses artificial intelligence to augment the workforce and enable autonomous machining? What if we could build software that could simplify the programming of these machines, eliminate the need for manual interventions, and continuously improve? If we could do that, we could reduce the reliance on informal knowledge, shorten the time to market, and lower machining costs. In classic Booth fashion, I wanted to go and do some research. I went and spoke to the market-leading firm in this space, Autodesk. I asked them that, is this something that the industry is working on? Because if the industry is working on it, I don't need to spend my time doing it. What they said was that the industry was at least 10 plus years away, given that their current product backlogs were so backed up with all the near-term needs. They accepted us in their residency program. So with that, we started building our product. Our product is called Lambda Machining. It's an advanced machinist assistance system. It was important to make it accessible to the end users where they sit, which is inside CAD/CAM software. Today, we have a closed beta available in Autodesk Fusion 360, which was our first platform we started working with. Our product enables faster machine programming. It connects with new and existing CNC machines, and it's trying to help our customers unlock lights-out machining conditions. How exactly does our product work? Well, let's meet Brian. Brian is a lead CNC machinist. The job he's looking to do is generate CNC programs and produce parts as quickly as possible at the lowest cost. What's the status quo? Today, he has to use his personal experience, maybe some machining handbooks, maybe some calculators, and primarily his intuition to make decisions across that entire workflow. Using Lambda Function, he now accesses our AMAS platform via his preferred CAD/CAM software. He then is able to program faster using physics-based machine learning algorithms that are providing recommendations to him across the different decision points. He's able to use real-time process monitoring data from the CNC machine to mitigate the risks he would otherwise face on the shop floor. And finally, he's able to rely on data-driven alerts to guide his decisions and achieve lower machining costs. We found that this software actually has a lot of impact potential. We found that we could reduce trial and error iterations in this industry by 50%, increase programming time, or shorten programming time rather, by 10x, and lower recurring costs by up to 30%. In addition, this software has the ability to support sustainability goals by lowering energy consumption. Fun fact, CNC machines is one of the largest energy consumers in the world, actually. Our vision is to enable fully autonomous machining, a day when CNC machines can produce quality parts with minimal to no human intervention from CAD to part. Our goal is to power and sell the world's first fully autonomous AI NC machine. We do believe there's a very strong paradigm shift on the horizon for this industry, and we want to be one of the first ones to bring that to market. Autonomous machining is key to bringing manufacturing back to North America. You can't bring manufacturing back to America without the kind of software we're building because it will never be cost competitive at a global scale. Our business model is fairly simple. We're trying to sell software subscriptions based on usage per machining hour. Why per machining hour? That's how our customers think of their unit economics. On average, our customers make $200 per machining hour of their capacity, whether it's titanium or stainless steel or aluminum. Our value proposition is very simple. We say, look, try us out. We allow you to get up to $20 back in savings in exchange for $1.34 in our software fees. A typical customer tends to have 30 to 70 CNC machines. A classic two-shift work model translates to $7,500 per machine per year on average, resulting in an ACV of about $250,000. We believe that there probably exists an opportunity to increase pricing by 2 to 3x in the near term as we continue to demonstrate the value of our product. The near-term opportunity is huge. We talk about $15 billion TAM globally just by looking at milling and turning alone. There are 2 million CNC mills and lathes worldwide, 200,000 in America, 30,000 get sold every single year. There's significant opportunity to expand TAM by expanding into other CNC segments like grinding, laser cutting, and others in the future. As we think about our serviceable market, we see that being about an $800 million SAM in the near term. We define SAM as medium to large addressable companies here in North America. There are 3,700 of those out of the 54,000 addressable firms. The nice thing is that 65% of those addressable firms essentially are in top 10 states, which allow us to concentrate our distribution efforts. Favorable market tailwinds behind us is the reshoring demand, workforce development needs, and lights out mandates amongst our customers. Our go-to-market is built on 3 core strategies. First, we're building out a tri-sector ecosystem. Second, we're proving within aerospace because that's where the need is the greatest and willingness to pay is the highest in the near term. And third, we want to scale with growth sectors like electric vehicle battery manufacturing, semiconductors, and space and defense. We intend to shorten sales cycle and accelerate product adoption by free trials, certification programs, and in-product tips and walkthroughs. Our current ecosystem is rapidly growing. As I said, we got incubated at Autodesk 3 years ago. We recently signed up with Mastercam for their development partner program. Siemens is currently in the final review for their Frontier Partner program, and Dassault is currently evaluating us. Across those 4 CAD/CAM vendors, we have access to at least 45% of the end user base. Of course, market education will need to be done. Our traction is growing and we expect product revenue this year. We're currently beta testing with 5 different companies. We have some notable names in our highly engaged segment of the pipeline. Companies like General Dynamics are currently evaluating us to use our technology and beta test with us. We believe there's a pathway to scale here with robust unit economics. We believe we can get to $2.5 million in revenue in about 2 years with about 75% estimated gross margin at steady state. Our CAC to LTV looks very healthy. Of course, that's exactly what we need to prove out as we go down the next 24 months in the customer life cycle. My co-founder, Renee, and I bring about 4 decades of experience in this industry. This is my second venture in this space. I spent 6 years after Chicago Booth at LEK Consulting focused on growth strategy. Renee spent 35 years in the aerospace industry working in applied R&D, focused on thinking about where does the technology need to go for the pain points that he was facing. I met Renee in the capacity of him being a potential customer to Lambda Function 2 years ago. And we're supported by an incredible team of 9 engineers with experience across full stack data science and machining. Also grateful for the great advisors we have, including the professor at Chicago Booth, as well as the former CTO of the US Air Force. Our early believers, we went through the on-deck program last year. We are funded by the National Science Foundation SBIR program. We have an MOU with the US Air Force. We have about $2.25 million of non-dilutive funding pending right now. And our first customer, Lisa, joined us in our pre-seed. And we just graduated from the Creative Destruction Lab program in Seattle. Our funding need, we're raising $3 million to secure 24 months milestones. We're planning to open up this round next month. The goal is to accelerate product development, strengthen our distribution, and really start enabling growth. We expect in 24 months to have strong customer references, proven out a repeatable sales motion, and have a pipeline to $2 million in ARR. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to the discussion here.
Great timing, right at 10 minutes. Judges, feel free to raise your hands with questions.
We'll start with David. David, I think you're on mute.
My apologies. I banked in the distant past the precision engineered component sector and valued companies. And I strongly agree that, at least back then, manufacturing was heavily dependent on tribal knowledge. But some of the machine components that generated the highest revenue, the greatest barriers to entry, used exotic alloys, 6-axis machining. They wanted superior strength, had heat tolerance, and with, customer requirements of almost no tolerances whatsoever. Think aerospace components, for instance. These did require tribal knowledge. They were proprietary. They did have inherent barriers to entry. So I'm just wondering how large is your addressable market? I get somewhat of the impression that you're going to be strong in sort of what I might call commodity machining, but I'm not sure whether you'll be able to tap this lucrative market for, I would say, highly precision engineered components.
David, thank you for the question. I'm actually going to ask Renee. Renee, I think you're probably way better suited than I am to answer that one.
Yeah, David, thank you for your question. I came from Hamad Aerospace in my last 12 years in the industry. Hamad Aerospace being a state-of-the-art machining provider of exotic material components such as titanium and Inconel for your Airbus and your Boeing in the world. And we had 6 of the very first Makino machines in existence in the world, specialized into machining titanium. $3.5 million machine, state-of-the-art thing, right? And right now, long story short, Hamad Aerospace, my former employer, is one of our beta customer about to engage. So they're very interested, very appealed by the whole product that were our value proposition and the applicability and the direct impact that it will bring to their environment. So yes, they are facing very challenging parts that, to your point, relies on tribal knowledge, but certainly applies to their reality as well. Despite the complexity of their machining, the complexity of their equipment, and the experience of their CNC programmers and operators.
And thank you for the on-point answer. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Mark.
Dan May, good to see you. It's been, what, 9 years since you were in the classroom. Congratulations on getting a very strong focus area, but I'm a little confused. On the one page that came out ahead of time as we were getting ready for it, you were asking for a $1 million raise. Now you've got to a $3 million raise. Initially, you were going to just be the software to interface to CNC machines. Now you have a big, audacious goal of being a new version of a CNC machine. What's changed in the last few weeks or few months?
No, great question, Mark. Actually, the big, hairy, audacious goal has not changed. I think that was there even before. So I think that stayed the same. I think the funding slide did get modified slightly. I'll tell you why. Earlier, we were thinking of maybe we go out raise money for the next 12 months and secure our 12-month milestones. And then as we started talking about that to our advisors and mentors, what they recommended is that 12 months is not going to give you enough runway to have long-term thinking. And we went back and forth, really thought hard about this. And we believe, it's probably the right time. I think now is the time for us to accelerate ourselves, take that 24-month view and go for it. I honestly thought initially let's de-risk ourselves more, go for the 12-month and then go out for raise more money. But that's essentially the only thing that's changed here.
Your advisors gave you good advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I see Carlos.
Hey guys, great presentation. The question I have is more about what training requirements the existing infrastructure needs or the existing labor force needs to use your software. And then where is the product today in terms of how built out it is, and what's the timeline to get to full autonomy?
Perfect. Great questions there. 3 questions, I think, in there. So bear with me for a second. Full autonomy. Cool. So training needs. We've started training people, our beta customers. What we find, Carlos, is you can get started using the product in less than 5 to 10 minutes of training. Now, muscle memory, of course, takes more time. And we believe that we can actually enable that with a lot of in-product tips, like the way world-class companies do. We have to build a lot of that functionality out to kind of enable that self-service model. But yeah, you can, because the amount of training needed is just a bunch of buttons. So if it's a few buttons that the end user needs to get familiarized with. So you can get them started, but yes, muscle memory may take a bit of time. In terms of, and related to that, behavior change is minimal because we are right in their existing workflow with our integration with CAD/CAM. So you're not asking them to learn a new platform. It's very much part of their existing workflow. Second question about current product maturity. So we are intending to have a Gen 1 commercially ready product available in the market later this year. Q3, Q4 is what we're targeting. We are very, very close. We are deep in the engineering right now. That's exactly why we're not raising right now. We're focused on engineering at this moment. But we will have a Gen 1 out in the market, ready to go. Now, where are we relative to full autonomy and how far does that take? I would actually just flip to my first slide in the appendix. We look at the world as kind of similar to the autonomous car market. We look at this as autonomous machining. We believe there are 5 levels of machining that we're looking to unlock over time. The world's at level 0. With the technology that we have today, we are now a bit slightly ahead of level 1. It's an AI assistant tool for the programmer and the operator. We believe if we have the right resources, we can get to definitely level 2, level 3 in the next 2 to 3 years, no problem. Level 4, level 5, as you know, gets a lot more complex. We may have to integrate with robotics and things like that, but that'll be a good problem to have when we get there. But I do believe there's a very clear pathway here from a technology development lens.
Thank you.
Ellen.
Yes, a nice presentation. I have a couple questions. One is there anything in the software you've developed that is protectable or proprietary? And then the second question is the non-dilutive government grant that you received, what was the reason and what was it you were actually applying for that you received this grant for?
Great questions. Thank you, Ellen. IP, absolutely. We have actually kicked off a provisional patent process right now. We spoke to a variety of patent attorneys in the last 3 months, got their initial read. They do see that there's a lot in here that can be protected. We, of course, need funds to make that happen. But either way, we're kicking off a provisional patent process. We have 12 more months to then file a full patent and then build a portfolio from there. We've done a freedom to operate study. We know what's out there and kind of relative to how we may need to position that. In terms of non-dilutive grants, the one we got from the NSF last year, it was specifically on the programming side, essentially saying, hey, we can prove that you can use machine learning algorithms to perform cutting tool selection and cutting parameter selection within the CNC programming workflow with the idea that you can automate CNC programming relative to current state. So that's the grant we won last year. And now we've just applied for phase 2 funding earlier this year. We're waiting to hear back. And same thing with the Air Force. The Air Force is much more interested in the entire end-to-end. And we've been deeply involved with the Air Force for the last 15, 16 months.
Right, thank you.
Yeah. Kevin.
Sorry, had to unmute there. Two questions really, and sort of related. One of the things we know is the hardest to change is user behavior. It's true for all of us, right? Changing human behavior is really hard. So one, curious to see if you think you'll get some resistance from the operators, because that tribal knowledge has fed families for a long time in this industry. And I don't know a lot about this industry, but that's true in many industries. So are you facing any resistance from the users to the adoption of this? Because one could say, well, I might be putting myself out of a job here at some point, right? The second related question is, what about the unions, right? Because I don't know this particular segment, but there's a lot of union kind of rules and regulations in labor like this. So curious your thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Great question. So regarding resistance, it's interesting. Last year, it was almost the opposite. We literally found people from Sweden, from Turkey, from Mexico wanting to work with us when we started to find certain experts in the field. And these were real experts in the field who were just doing their work. And they're like, hey, can we be associated with what you're doing and help you accelerate this? I think the reason behind that is they see that this knowledge is dying away. And they care. They really do recognize that not enough people coming through the system. And today, that's actually putting pressure on them, right? Because today, they are the ones having to do more work because the demand is there, but not enough people are coming in. So we found a lot of support there. On the operator side, I think Renee, you've been on the shop floor training people. I think there's a general sense of, hey, how can we make this product more friendly to me? Make this product become a best friend to me. That's the kind of the feedback we're getting right now. And that's the iteration cycle we are going through relative to our beta as we are thinking about having our Gen 1 release. So I think resistance, we've not run into that. On the union side, this industry, at least the CNC programming workforce is not necessarily unionized because I think it's just the quantity of them is very, very few in a given company. So we've not run into that yet, but definitely something we want to keep our eyes open to and understand.
And I would add, from the operator's perspective, we bring an additional set of a better dashboard for people to navigate while they're operating their machines. So it gives them their level of confidence in addition to their tribal knowledge that they're doing the right things and the machine is behaving properly. So it puts themselves in the right place because they have just better metrics to do their job on a day-to-day, part-to-part basis.
All right, thank you.
One other angle which is really interesting is our advisors have been guiding us that workforce development is a vector that actually is very relevant to what we're doing. And that's why we're actually looking at working with community colleges and nonprofits and really trying to drive workforce development efforts with what we're working on in the near term. Michael.
The machine manufacturers, where do they fit in? Are they potentially a customer, or is they consider you a threat? Where do they fit in?
Great question, Michael. I mean, they would be a really strong partner to us, right? We've just not poked the bear, let's put it this way. They would be really powerful in terms of distribution because they have their machines already in the workforce. So we could totally see ourselves going down the pathway. And then, as we continue to build out our IP moat, honestly, that's the only reason we've not gone there yet, because we want to secure an IP moat before we actually start talking to machine makers. In the meantime, machine distributors have been very happy talking to us. They're very happy taking us on as a value-add service for their end customers. Cutting tool OEMs are very happy to talk to us. And CAD/CAM vendors, of course, as you saw, are also very happy to talk to us.
And I would add that the machine controller providers, so the analogies on a car would be your ECU, your engine control unit, say, these guys are particularly happy to work with us because it bonifies their control system that tap into these machines that help control these machines, right? Operate those machines.
Mark.
Given that approach, don't you run a risk that you basically educate them in the market of the opportunity to have this intelligent software sitting as a front end, and they basically add a set of features that basically puts you out of business?
Mark, I wish they were doing this. I wish they were doing because we wouldn't do what we're doing. Honestly, there is a fair bit of technology development we had to do, right? There's a fair bit of R&D, and that's why it's taken us the time it has taken us to get to this stage, because we wanted to de-risk the technology along the way. So yeah, I do believe that it'll actually be only good for the market. The market's huge. We do need this kind of technology to come in there, but to reproduce what we're doing, I think is hard because there's a lot of work that's gone into doing what we're doing, and I think there might be multiple ways of doing what we're doing. But again, I do believe what we've done, it has IP potential, and that's what we're working through right now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would add that one of our beta customers, Marmon, it was a $1 billion company. He's been entertaining for the last couple of years with Mazak, one of their prime OEM machine provider. The whole idea of that of autonomous machining and AI assisted CNC programming, and next thing you know, they turned their backs on their main machine provider, being Mazak, because they realize that Mazak's not going anywhere with that technology, and they're embarking with us as we speak.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, Carlos.
Is the software interface across hardware types the same, or do you have to customize that per type?
Great question. Carlos, the beauty is around 10 years ago, essentially the Bluetooth of this industry got created. Up until then, the OEMs would do their own thing, they had proprietary protocols, but there was enough industry pressure that certain open source communication protocols got created. Today, there are about 8 of such protocols that allow you to pretty much tap into any CNC machine that's out there, using essentially an Ethernet cable. and a computer. So for us, we work with machine connectivity partners. It's a solved problem. We don't want to take on that problem because somebody else has already solved it. So we are partnering with machine connectivity vendors, and we are bringing in the intelligence layer. That's essentially what's been missing so far. But it's a natural evolution in the industry lifecycle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are at time, so thank you so much, Tanmay and Renee. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you to the judges. Judges, please be sure to fill in the score sheet for Team Lambda function. So this concludes our 5th Annual Alumni New Venture Challenge Finals event. I want to congratulate each of the 8 finalist teams for your amazing pitches today and for the tremendous progress that you've made over the last few months. It's been a real pleasure getting to work with you and learn from you. You are now welcome to drop off and enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you go and celebrate all of your accomplishments. I will send an email announcement with the results of today's event within the next 24 hours. And the results will also be featured on the Polsky Center website, as well as in our weekly 10 newsletter, which I encourage everyone to subscribe to if you're not already subscribed. And no matter what the end result is from today, we are so proud of each of you, and you're all winners in our eyes. I want to thank all of the judges for being here today. We recognize that you have made a large time commitment, and you're making a really important contribution to the university by being here today. I think the teams really enjoyed pitching to you and learning from your questions and your feedback. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to the live stream. We really appreciate you being here and supporting all of our teams and supporting the Alumni New Venture Challenge program. Again, we will announce the winners tomorrow on our website and also the weekly 10 newsletter. So with that, we are all wrapped up. Judges, we will have a 30-minute break right now. Feel free to remain in the Zoom meeting and turn your video and sound off, and we will begin at 1 p.m. Central. Thank you, everyone.
Rana, what about this ranking sheet?
Yes, so I will put the ranking sheet in the chat for everyone.